Apasionante deporte donde se conjugan 3 especialidades. Natación, deben recorrer 1 kilómetro 900 metros. Ciclismo, 90 kilómetros con 2 vueltas de 45 kilómetros al circuito por el término municipal de Calviá y finalmente la prueba de running a pie, 21 kilómetros, lo que viene a ser una semi-maratón, es un half, un triatlón de media distancia. Un saludo a todos desde cualquier lugar donde sigan esta retransmisión en directo a través de Fitwi 4 Televisión y su aplicación móvil, tanto para Android como para iPhone. Damos la bienvenida a Carlos Tellez, que nos va a acompañar, va a ser uno de nuestros comentaristas. Carlos, muy buenos días, bienvenido. Bueno, no sé cómo presentarte, porque el otro día hablamos como deportista en general, triatleta, amante del deporte, speaker.
Bueno, principalmente un amante del deporte y en especial del triatlón y muy en especial de este triatlón que se desarrolla aquí en esta bonita localidad de Peguera y del término municipal de Calviá, que apuesta muchísimo por el deporte. Este año, además de las muchas ganas que tienen los triatletas de participar en eventos, de hecho en este mes de septiembre, en octubre, creo que se han batido récords de triatlones y nosotros aquí en Peguera tenemos la suerte de contar este año con un elenco de profesionales de altísimo nivel.
Bueno, la verdad es que se va superando año tras año desde la primera edición del 2014 y a mí me gustaría hacer hincapié en una cuestión muy importante, es la buena organización que se está llevando a cabo edición tras edición y que esta prueba, la Challenge Peguera, forme parte de ese circuito tan importante de la franquicia de Challenge Family.
Sí,
And a very warm welcome to the final Challenge Family event in Europe for 2021. I have to firstly apologise. We had a few issues with our signal over there. So the race is actually underway. Our professional men who started at 9 a.m. and then our professional women who started at 9:03 a.m. They are already in the water, as you can see scenes down on the finish line. So just to reiterate, we are underway here in Challenge Peguera-Mallorca. We have our professional men already in the water and our professional women and the first few waves of our age group men who are already underway. So we did have a few issues getting that signal up off the ground, but we are here and with you now and hopefully no more issues heading into the race. So my name is Belinda Granger. I am the professional liaison for Challenge Family and also your commentator in English for the day. And we have just over 700 athletes in the main event today, including 50 professional men and 25 professional women. We have a really incredibly strong pro field assembled here today, including the likes of Magnus Ditleff, Frederick Funk, Maurice Clavel, Nils Fromhold, Colin Chartier, Patrick Nielsen, Tom Davis. On the women's side, we have 5-time Olympian Nicholas Spirig. In fact, we actually have 6 Olympians racing with us today, including Spirig, Rudy Wild, Hernando Coluzzi, Manuel Messias, Lucy Hall, and Louisa Baptista. We also have Imogen Simmons, Jodie Stimpson, Manon Genet, Alexandra Tondeur, Marta Bernardi, Margie Santamaria, and India Lee. What an incredible field lineup here today. Race conditions, well, they're looking absolutely perfect so far. If I go back to 2019, it was an incredibly rough swim, and as you can see from our pictures fairly shortly, really, really lovely swim conditions here today. Currently, it's around 16 to 17 degrees Celsius and nothing but sunshine. We're expecting it to reach a high of around 23 to 24 degrees Celsius later today. Water temps checking in at around 23 degrees, so that has meant no wetsuits, so it's wetsuit illegal. No wetsuits for our professional field here today, but age groupers are allowed to wear wetsuits, as you can see on screen now, as more of our age group men are getting underway here today. So as I said before, really, really sorry that it has been a little bit of a delay getting the start here today. We do have our professional men and women and first of our age groups already in the water. What you're seeing up on screen now are the next waves of our age group men. And we have a really, really great field of professional males and females lining up. It is the last event for Challenge Family in Europe. Of course, nothing better. What an incredible place. The island of Mallorca in the Western Mediterranean. And we know it's long been a very popular training venue for the world's best cyclists and more recently the world's best triathletes. I believe it's a combination of the diverse terrain and favourable climate that makes it the ultimate training venue for athletes based in Europe. The village of Peguera is the host of today's race. And it really is the perfect end of season hit out for our European athletes. Although I have to say we do have quite a few athletes from all around the world here with us today as well. Now, Peguera itself is located on the west coast of Mallorca. It's about a 20-minute drive from Palma, which is the capital of Mallorca. It's surrounded by beautiful beaches, majestic hills, and it makes it not only one of the most beautiful courses, but also one of the most brutal. I know Peter Heimrich from Belgium holds the current male record here in Mallorca in a time of 3:49, which he set back in 2019. That was the last time that this event was held. Obviously, wasn't able to be held last year due to COVID. And super mum Radka Karterfeld from the Czech Republic holds the women's record in a time of 4:21, which was also set back in 2019. And with the field that we have assembled here today, it's going to be very interesting to see if we get some new records today. But as you can see on screen, really great conditions. Just a little bit of a rolling wave, but way, way different to the conditions that we experienced in 2019, where it was very, very choppy. We've been told that conditions will start to warm up. As soon as that sun comes up, it really starts to warm up quite quickly. When the athletes were in transition this morning, it was around about 15 to 16 degrees Celsius, but already it has warmed up to about 18 or 19 degrees. And we know that throughout the day, it's going to warm up to around 23 to 24 degrees, which in my eyes is absolutely perfect race conditions. There's only a bit of a little breeze blowing at the moment. We do expect the wind to pick up just a little bit throughout the day, but nothing crazy. So we are expecting to see some fast times here today. Now, just to give you a little bit of an idea of the professional males and females that we do have racing, of course, bib number 1, and the favourite for today's race is Magnus Ditlev from Denmark. He is the youngest in the field at 23 years of age. Of course, bib number 2, and I think these two men are really going to have a great tussle against each other today. Frederick Funk from Germany, 24 years of age. Bib number 4, Maurice Clavel, also from Germany, another tough competitor. Bib number 5, Thomas Davis from Britain. And of course, number 6, Rudy Wild. So bib number 6, Rudy Wild from Switzerland. Bib number 7, Colin Chartier from America. Bib number 8, and of course the Spanish favourite for today, Albert Marino Mollins. Number 9, Matthias Pedersen from Denmark. And are about to make their way out of the water. So it's not long now before we see the first of our professional men making their way onto the land to land. It was a single loop course today, just managing to catch those few little waves, rolling waves into shore. As you can see now, our professional men have now made it onto dry land. They'll now run that 140 metres up the beach into transition, into T1. So as you can see in the background, almost perfect swim conditions here today. And quite interesting to see that, a very small group and quite separated for that first group of professional men. You can see behind now that there is a huge pack of men about to hit the shoreline. And again, once I get an update, we're just waiting for an update to see who was able to lead the swim out today. Again, our favourites here today, Magnus Ditlev, although not renowned for his swim speed, we do expect him to take control of the bike course reasonably quickly, although we do have Frederick Funk, who has one of the fastest. So Magnus Ditlev has made his way into transition. He is wearing the white suit. So not too far back from our main men, but we do expect Thomas Davis, Frederick Funk to have a fairly decent lead over the likes of Magnus Ditlev. Magnus coming off a win last weekend at the inaugural Challenge Budva, Montenegro. It's going to be interesting to see how his legs are feeling today. We've also got Rudy Wild from Switzerland, who was third last week in Budva, also backing up and racing again. And just to reiterate our top men today, bib number 1, Magnus Ditlev, bib number 2, Frederick Funk, bib number 4, Maurice Clavel, bib number 5, Thomas Davis, and bib number 6, Rudy Wild. Number 7, Colin Chartier, who had a fantastic race 2 weeks ago in Challenge Salou and was able to take the win. He had an incredible last half of the bike and a very, very strong half marathon. Bib number 8 today, Albert Marino Mollins from Spain, so he will be the crowd favourite for sure. Bib number 9, Matthias Pedersen from Denmark, and then rounding out the top 10 in bib numbers, Renato Coluzzi from Brazil. And as mentioned earlier, Ronaldo had a great race in September in Almere, Challenge Almere at the World Long Distance Triathlon Championships. So we have been told from our spotters out on course, we've got some amazing spotters out on course today, that it was actually Noah Servais from Belgium who was the first out. So he was the first out for our professional men today. As we see on screen, the first of our professional females is out, and it is, of course, Lucy Hall, as anticipated. Of course, Lucy, incredible swimmer, very, very strong swimmer. Winner of last week's event in Challenge Budva, Montenegro. And this is actually Lucy's third race in as many weekends. So Lucy raced Challenge Salou 2 weekends ago. She then raced Challenge Budva, Montenegro, and now lining up today in Challenge Mallorca. So incredibly busy schedule for Lucy Hall. And Lucy's doing very, very well in the end of year Challenge Family World Bonus. As you can see, Nicholas Spirig about to come onto screen now, so not long before you see Nicholas Spirig making her way out of the water and through transition as she goes underneath the blue tent right now there on your left. But Lucy Hall currently in third place on the Challenge Family World Bonus, worth 150,000 US dollars, paying down to the top 5. Last race, this is the very last race where the points will count in Europe, but we have one more race at the end of the year in December at Clash Daytona. And that will be the last opportunity for athletes to make any points towards that world bonus. So I definitely need to apologise. Every now and again, the screen does seem to freeze a little bit. Hopefully you'll still be able to hear me talking. And just to give you a bit more information, this course, it's very, very undulating. So while there are a lot of ascents, there's also a lot of descents. And the athletes can hit speeds of 60 to 70 kilometres an hour. First part of this bike course is quite hilly. And we do know that there is a lead group of 4 with our professional men. So great shot here. This is athletes leaving transition. We have our professional men out on the bike course now. Our professional women are just starting the bike loop. 2 laps on the bike here today, 2 lots of 45-kilometre loops. There's around 500 metres of elevation gain per lap. And it is not only a very difficult bike course, but also a very technical bike course. So we know that our Uber bikers, Magnus Ditlev and Frederick Funk, will love this course today. And with our women, obviously the standout has to be Nicola Spirig. We know that this is the sort of course that she absolutely thrives on. I have no doubt that she will be on her road bike today with clip-ons, unlike many of the athletes that we're seeing on screen right now who are on their time trial frames. Nicola Spirig prefers to stay with her road bike, and I have to admit, it doesn't seem to be doing her any harm. Nicola has won, Challenge Gran Canaria this year, Challenge Walchsee, Challenge Davos. So already 3 Challenge family event wins to her name, and I'm saying it now early that there is a very, very good strong possibility that she's going to make it number 4 here today. I know that there are several women that are going to try their hardest to make sure that doesn't happen. I know Imogen Simmons and Manon Genet are definitely wanting to take home the top spot. Also, Jodie Stimpson, great to see Jodie Stimpson back racing after that incredible race she had earlier in the year at Challenge Miami, where she took the win back in March. Fortunately for Jodie, suffered a few pretty nasty injuries since then, and it's great, really great to see her back racing again now. She is one of the best on and off the race course. Great person. So always lovely to see her back racing again, and I know she's very, very excited to be back on a race course again. So quite a tough exit out of transition, out of T1. You can see they grab their bikes, they're down at sea level, and then there's a little bit of a ramp that they need to take their bikes up before they are legally allowed to mount. So once they get up the ramp, they run another about 20 metres before they get to the mount line where they are able to mount their bike. Of course, the bike ride today, 90 kilometres, 2 45-kilometre loops. Got a little bit of everything on this bike course. Some pretty nasty climbs, some wickedly fast descents, some nice flat time trial sections along the coastline. And of course, once we get back into T2, the run, the 21.1 kilometre run today, 4 laps. So 4 laps of 7 kilometres. And the run is also quite technical. It's a really beautiful run course, but it's tough. It's really tough. And each loop entirely within the centre of Peguera. And the athletes will alternate between the boulevard and the maritime boardwalk. that joins the Torre Els Morts and La Romana beaches. And athletes really do get to take in some of the most impressive coastal views of Mallorca. Now, some athletes might like this. I'm not so sure I would, but the athletes actually have to run beside the finish chute. So they don't get to run down it, but they run alongside it on 4 occasions. And it's not till they obviously complete lap 4 that they get to run down that finish chute. And the finish chute is in the plaza, which basically joins the beach with the boulevard, and it's really the heart of Peguera. So plenty of spectators on the run course, particularly when they get to run through that finish line area. I always like to run courses where you just got to go out and hide, and then when you came back, you came back to finish. But I know lots of athletes, particularly the great runners who are running down the bikers up front, they thrived on run courses like this. An update out on course for our cyclists as we are showing you images from T1, our age group athletes from T1. We know that Colin Chartier now has moved himself up into 5th place, and he's in quite a large group, including the likes of Frederik Funk and Niels Fromhold. Niels Fromhold was 4th last week in Challenge Budva. Fromhold also had a fantastic race this year in Challenge Roth, where he finished 2nd to Patrick Lang. Great to see Fromhold here racing in Mallorca. We do know that the temps really are perfect. So we are expecting to see some pretty decent times at the end of today. And in our professional women's race, little update, and of course, to be expected, but Spirig has already taken the lead. Now, I knew that she would take the lead today, but I did not expect it to be that early on in the race. I know her coach would be shaking his head now if he was listening to this. But Nicola Spirig has taken the lead very, very quickly here today and is already starting to put a gap over the rest of the women's field. You know, Lucy Hall is holding 2nd, and India Lee currently in 3rd position. And India Lee also coming off a great race last weekend in Lanzarote, so 70.3 Lanzarote, where she finished in 3rd place. And all 3 of these women very, very strong on the bike. And leading our professional men's race today, I actually don't know too much about these athletes, but we have got leading Noah Servais from Belgium is actually in the lead today. Holding 2nd, Sylvain Fridelance from Switzerland. We also have Bence Lehmann from Hungary and Simon Henseleit from Germany. So 4 names that many of us might not be so familiar with. They are leading, but we know that there is a big group behind with Patrick Nielsen, Rostislav Pevtsov from Azerbaijan. And that second group, that chase group, really is a big group. It's looking like it's got around 8 athletes in that group. Frederik Funk is in that group. Colin Chartier is in that group. Magnus Ditlev has now made his way into group, so that's a big move from Magnus Ditlev. We know he got out of the water a little bit behind Frederik Funk, Colin Chartier, and a few of the other men. He has now joined that lead chase group, I should say. We still have a lead group of 4 men. But we know that this bike course, the hills start very, very early on. So before the athletes have even had a chance to warm up their cycling legs. And we know that now that they have started climbing already, that everything is starting to change. Those 4 men out in front have now been swallowed up by Ditlev and that chase group. So Magnus Ditlev of Denmark, now leading our professional men's race here today, followed by Colin Chartier, who, as I mentioned earlier, had that incredible race at Challenge Salou only 2 weeks ago. Niels Fromhold is in that group. Frederick Fonk is in that group. So very, very strong group of men. We're also getting word out on course that Nicola Spirig, not only is she leading this professional women's race today, but she has already caught some of the professional men. Now we have 50 professional men racing here today and 25 professional females. And it is not unexpected that Spirig has already caught some of the tail end of our professional males. This particular bike course here in Mallorca was basically made for the likes of Spirig. She is an incredible bike rider. Not only is she incredibly strong, so fantastic on the hills and on the climbs, but one of the best riders technically that I have ever laid eyes on. She really is incredibly, her technical skills are a second to none. And great to hear that Imogen Simmons is also now has made her way through the field and is in second place. Again, to be expected, Imogen Simmons is also a very, very strong bike rider. Spent many, many years training on the hills in Phuket. Anyone that's ever raced the Laguna Phuket Triathlon will be very familiar with those climbs in Phuket. They are probably the nastiest climbs, well, certainly the nastiest climbs I've ever raced on before, around 18 to 22%. So we know that Imogen Simmons, who has won at Laguna Phuket, won it back in 2019, we know that she thrives on this sort of course. So it is really no surprise to see Imogen Simmons already in second place and India Lee now in third. So it looks like Lucy Hall has dropped off the pace a bit. So just to confirm, Spirig is leading the race today. Imogen Simmons now in second and India Lee holding third. It'll be very interesting to see the bike choice of most of our professional athletes. Most are on time trial frames. I hope that we will be able to give you an up-close image of Nicola Spirig because I am almost 100% certain that she will be on her road bike with clip-ons. We know this is one of those courses where there's a little bit of everything, and we've already been told from our spotters out on course that the athletes are up and down, out of their error bars a lot. Great shot of the Mediterranean. Much, much better conditions than when the race was last here in 2019. Of course, that was back when Radka Katerfeld won the women's race and Peter Heimrich from Belgium won the men's race. They also set the fastest time so that they both hold the course records. Going to be very, very interesting to see if those course records can be beaten. You know, Peter Heimrich went 3:49.57 back in 2019, while Radka Katerfeld went 4:21.42. And thanks to Torsten Rader, who always supplies me with the most up-to-date information and stats. For today's race, we know that Magnus Ditlev is the favourite to win, but equal favourite to win today, which is most unusual, is Frederick Funk. So both Magnus Ditlev and Frederick Funk, 37% chance of winning here today. We know both of these athletes are phenomenal bike riders. And this sort of bike course that we have here today, they will absolutely thrive on the terrain. Thomas Davis coming in at third at 9%. Rudy Wild at 5%. Albert Mullins coming in at 3%. And then Colin Chartier coming in at 2%. Now we know that these are just the stats on paper, and that's what I love about racing. You never really know. We know that Colin Chartier is in very, very good form. We know Rudy Wild is also in good form. And the great thing about Rudy Wild being one of the oldest in the field today at 39 years of age. He was third here in 2019. He loves this course. It's a course that he's very, very familiar with. So great to see him back here racing after a third place last weekend in Budva. And really great to see Rudy Wild still racing so incredibly well. As I said, 39 years of age, one of the oldest in the field here today. And when you think about the likes of Ditlev at 23 years of age and Frederick Funk at 24 years of age, I love it when I see the older, I won't say old, the older generation still out there kicking butt. And Rudy Wild is certainly doing that. Now, this is the very last race for Challenge Family in Europe for 2021. We've had some fantastic events throughout this year. I think all up 18 events we've been able to hold in 2021 as compared to last year where we were only able to have 2 events. Challenge Wanaka at the beginning of the year and then, of course, the PTO Champs at Challenge Daytona right at the end of the year. And what a difference a year makes from 2 races in 2020 to 18 events in 2021. And I hope it's only going to get better in 2022. For all of our athletes racing today, automatic slots to the championship in Šamorín, Slovakia. Our top 6 professional men and top 6 for professional women will get automatic slots, as will our top 6 age group men and women in their categories. And for our professional men and women, there's also €19,000 up for grabs, paying 6 deep. And Challenge Mallorca is also one of the very last races for the year where they can earn points towards the World Bonus. So the Challenge Family World Bonus, the last race will be Clash Daytona in early December. But right now with our World Bonus, we have Patrick Langer from Germany looking very comfortable in first place. And Annie Haug, also of Germany, looking even more comfortable in first place for our professional women for our end of year challenge bonus. Of course, our winning athletes for this will take home $30,000. Fantastic incentive. Challenge Mallorca unable to go ahead last year due to COVID. Great to see it back this year. We have 12,000 participants throughout the entire weekend, 700 today in the middle distance event. And that includes our professional men and women, our age group men and women, and our relays. There were 500 participants in the side events. And the side events we've had throughout the weekend include the Junior Challenge, the Junior Aquathon, and Challenge Women's Run. And great to see that all of the side events were sell-out, including the middle distance race here today. Obviously, we are working under COVID restrictions, so we had to have a fairly reduced field to meet with the COVID protocols for the island of Mallorca. And fairly soon we will take you back to our professional men's race out on the bike. And as you can see now, some really fast and furious sections here. We have 4 race leaders now in our professional men's race: Ditlev, Chartier, Funk, and Payet. So they are our 4 leaders. In our women's race, we have Spirig, Simmons, and Lee. And our reporters are telling us that Ditlev is not letting up at all. He is pushing, whether it's up, down, or flat. Continually looking over his shoulder. I think he really is trying to distance himself from the other 3. But it's looking like they are there to stay for now. But no one else is trying to go around Ditlev. So they're either Funk and the others are either unable to go around or are just not going around, because Ditlev really is pushing the pace right now. And it looks like Nicholas Spirig is able to distance herself on the downhills. And as I said earlier, she is incredibly technically skilled, and on a course like this is really trying to distance herself on the descents. And we are being told that Imogen Simmons is having a hard time staying with her on the descents. So we can see more and more of our age group men getting ready in transition to head out onto the bike ride. Some looking a little more relaxed than others. Certainly a little bit of a different situation to when our professional men and women flew through a transition. But great to see so many of our age group athletes back racing again. And while most of our age group athletes are predominantly from Europe, we have quite a few of our professional males and females from all over the world, which is great to see again. It's getting a little easier to travel for most of the world, apart from New Zealand and Australia, who are still struggling a little to get over to Europe. Well, some are struggling to get over, others are struggling to get back. I'm hoping this will change by the end of the year. But interesting fact that we have 6 Olympians, so past and present Olympians, racing today. Nicholas Spirig, of course, 5-time Olympian. I still can't wrap my head around it, to be honest. For me personally, Nicholas Spirig is will go down in history as being one of the most accomplished triathletes in the world, both male and female. 5 Olympics. She's raced 1 full distance race only, which she won. And of course, I can't even count how many half distance races Spirig's already won. She really has done it all and continues to do it. Incredible, incredible athlete. We've got Hinaldo Colucci, also incredibly impressive, especially after his 3rd place at the World Triathlon Long Distance Championships in Almere in September. Rudy Wild, Lucy Hall, and of course from Brazil, Manuel Messias and Luisa Baptista, who were both in Tokyo this year. Great to see these young athletes stepping it up to the half distance. Just going back to our Challenge Family World Bonus, because we had so little racing last year with only 2 events, we have rolled the World Bonus over to the end of this year. So it actually is taking in the 2 events from 2020 and also Challenge Daytona from 2019, as well as all of our races this year. We've had 18 races this year, culminating in Clash Daytona in early December. And the way it works is you get 250 points for first place, 200 for second, 150 for third, 100 for fourth, 75 for fifth, and 40 for sixth. And you can take your best 6 races, of which no more than 1 can be a full distance event. So you're only allowed to include 1 full distance race, but you can include up to 6 races in total. Annie Haug leading the women's world bonus right now, and Patrick Lang leading the men's. But we know Lucy Hall currently in 3rd place. Nicola Spirig in 5th. So if Nicola wins here today, it will definitely move her up the rankings. And 150,000 US dollars up for grabs, paying the top 5. But a really fantastic incentive from Challenge Family. And it's been great to see so many of the same professional athletes racing so many of our events this year. You know, Nicholas Spirig has already won Challenge Gran Canaria, Challenge Walchsee, which was also the ETU Middle Distance Championships earlier this year, and Challenge Davos. We've had Jodie Stimpson winning Challenge Miami back in March. Imogen Simmons, who was 2nd in St. Polten. And Lucy Hall, who was 2nd in Gdansk. She won Budva, Challenge Budva last weekend. She had an incredible race at the championship in Šamarin, Slovakia, taking the win there, and was 3rd only 2 weekends ago in Salou. So it would be great to see Lucy back on the podium again today and doing very, very well in that Challenge Family World Bonus. Now, in our men's race, as I said, Magnus Ditlev first last week in Challenge Budva. But it is going to be great to see if Frederick Funk and Nils Fromhold, who are both doing very, very well in our world bonus. Both Nils Fromhold and Frederick Funk are currently in 6th position in the world bonus. Magnus Ditlev back in 10th. Ditlev is our highest ranked PTO athlete racing today in 15th. So great to see him make his way up into the top 15. And another solid race for him today will see him move up even more. Great to get these updates. I've got such a fantastic spotting crew out there. Thankfully, I do. But it's always funny the way some of the messages come through. And one of them's just come through now on Nicola Spirig. Spirig is going to kill herself to create a gap on the downhill, I'm sure. But for those that know Spirig and know how incredible she is on the descents, of course, spending many, many years back in the day in Les in Switzerland and more recently in St. Moritz in Switzerland, Nicola Spirig, definitely very, very good. I spent many, many years trying to remain on the wheel of Nicola Spirig descending, and it was not pretty some days, but she truly is an incredibly experienced rider. So obviously our spotter has no idea just how incredible she is, but I have no doubt that she is riding like the absolute champion she is. But one of the most interesting points about the bike course today, as I said, 2 lots of 45-kilometre loops with 500 metres of elevation gain per loop. There are no sections where you get to rest. Now, even though we know there are some pretty tricky descents, that's just it. They're tricky. So it's not like it's a nice, casual descent where you get to save your legs. We've been told that Spirig is absolutely killing the downhill. So she is pushing the downhills as much as she's pushing the uphills. So it's relentless. There really is no let up. And I know that the bike riders, the motos out there are having a really tough time trying to catch them, and they're riding speeds of 70 kilometers plus, and they are losing them. They're losing them on the descents, and then they're having to try and catch them on the flats. And it's really, really quite tricky for them. And our professional men, we know that we have the 4 leaders up front. And we've been told that Nils Frommhold from Germany has now caught that lead group of 4. So we know that he's now a lead group of 5 in our professional men's race. Great to see Frommhold obviously savouring this bike course. Really, he rode very, very well in Challenge Rort not too long ago. Finished second there to Patrick Lang. He had a solid race last weekend in Budva where he finished in 4th. Still more and more of our age group field, both men and women, making their way out of the water and into T1. Really tricky transition here. As you can see, that is quite steep, and I'm sure it's a little slippery up the red carpet. So while our professional athletes are well and truly on the bike course right now, our age group athletes making their way out of transition up that steep ramp. Very, very tricky. And I have been given an update on course that Nicola Spirig is indeed on her road bike with clip-ons. Hopefully we'll be able to get you some more footage of our professional men's and women's race out on the bike course. We know that it's a little tricky out there because it is very, very technical and the roads do get quite thin in parts. Right now, in transition with our age group athletes as they make their way up the ramp and onto the bike course. In our professional men's race, we have a lead group of 5, but then it's only about a minute back to another group of 6 professional men. But then after that, it's basically daylight. So while we have a lead group of 5 professional men, Frederick Funk and Magnus Ditleff leading that group, seem to be the only two taking turns on the front. There is another group of 6 about a minute back from them, and then nothing at all close behind. In our women's race, we know Nicola Spirig is really pushing the pace. Imogen Simmons is not too far behind her, and India Lee. So they are our lead 3 females today. Of course, other females to look out for. We've spoken about Nicola Spirig, Imogen Simmons, and India Lee. We know Lucy Hall, who was our swim leader, so led them in and out of T1. But we've also got Jodie Stimpson, first race back since her stunning win at Challenge Miami earlier in the year. Unfortunately, has been plagued with a few nasty injuries since then, so great to see Jodes back racing. Manon Genet from France, also a real threat today, a very, very strong athlete, coming off a great second place at the World Long Distance Championships in Almere. I was lucky enough to be in Almere earlier in September for this race, and Genet really had a stunning race. Sarissa de Vries taking the win. Incredible race from Sarissa de Vries. Alexandra Tondeur from Belgium was 5th in Challenge Salou only 2 weeks ago, so great to see Alexandra Tondeur back racing. And then we've got Marta Bernardi from Italy, Margie Santa Maria also from Italy. Now Margie raced Challenge Budva last weekend where she was 5th. And Marta Bernardi was 3rd at Challenge Walchsee earlier in the year and also 3rd at Challenge Riccione. So definitely 2 very strong athletes from Italy. And it will be very interesting to see how Luisa Baptista from Brazil goes today. Recently returned from Tokyo, where she was part of Team Brazil. Great to see Luisa Baptista stepping it up into the half distance. Now, men's field, other names to look out for today. We've spoken about Ditleff and Funk. Maurice Clavel also out there racing. Thomas Davis. Rudy Wild, who was 3rd in 2019. We know Colin Chartier won Challenge Salou only 2 weeks ago. We know he is up there in that lead group. Be very interesting to see where Hinaldo Coluzzi is right now. Also, Robbie Deckard. Now, Robbie Deckard had a great race in Salou 2 weeks ago, coming in 3rd position. He's a training partner and good friend of Colin Chartier. So the 2 of these men have come over from the US, and great to see them having a really great time here in Europe. Great races from both these athletes in Salou. Fernando Toldi racing from Brazil. Patrick Nilsson from Sweden. We know that Patrick is also a very, very strong athlete. Having won Frankfurt earlier this year, had an incredible race in Frankfurt to take the win there. And another one of our Olympians and first time over this distance, Manuel Macias. He was actually the World Triathlon Junior World Champ back in 2015. Also one of our young guns here, 24 years of age, fresh from Tokyo. So it's going to be very interesting to see how Manuel Macias is faring so far over this distance. And Naldo Coluzzi, I remember him emailing me not too long ago asking if these 2 young athletes from Brazil could get a start here today in Challenge Mallorca. So great to see some of our short course athletes stepping it up. I think it always makes it so much more interesting when we get our short course athletes stepping up to the half distance. We've seen how successful so many of them have been so far, likes of Gustav Eden, Nicholas Spirig, Christian Blumenfeld. I mean, they really have changed. The times that they are doing now over the half distance is mind-boggling. And I think we really have these short course athletes to thank for this. They raise the bar, and lucky for us, many of our long distance athletes have followed. So it's been great to see the sport continue to evolve and just get faster and faster. So our professional men are around the 30-kilometre mark of the bike ride now. Conditions out on course are still absolutely perfect, so not much breeze, so there's hardly any wind, and you can see from our shots on screen now, very little wind. It's around 21, 22 degrees. We are expecting to get a little bit of cloud cover throughout the day, and there is the small chance of rain, but we do believe that won't be till the majority of our athletes are onto the run, which might be a nice bit of welcome relief for them. We do have a new race leader in our professional women's race. Imogen Simmons has now taken the lead over Spirig and now holds a 50-metre gap. So great to see Imogen Simmons racing so well. Imogen Simmons, 28 years of age, was second in St. Polten earlier this year, third at Ironman Finland, and more recently was first at Pays d'Arc in France. So very, very strong race from her there. As I mentioned earlier, Imogen Simmons spent a lot of time in Phuket training under Jürgen Zach. She's now coached by Rito Brandley and living back in Switzerland. It was great to catch up with Imo at Challenge Roth in September. Of course, one of the HEP athletes, and HEP was the major sponsor for Roth this year. But we did expect earlier today, when we were looking at the start list and then looking at the way that this course was panning out on the bike, very, very technical course with a lot of hills, so really suits the stronger rider and the technically advanced riders. We knew that the likes of Simmons, India Lee, who is also very, very powerful on the bike, and Spirig, we knew it would suit these women, just as it is suiting the likes of Ditlev and Funk. Although we are getting reports out on course that Ditlev is breathing very, very heavily, whereas Colin Chartier and Frederick Funk look like they have it all under control, look relaxed. And that could be just because Ditlev did race last week. He had a stunning race in Challenge Budva last week. Absolutely crushed the field. So it'll be very, very interesting to see if there's any lag in Ditlev's legs. I don't think we're going to find that out till we hit the run. But right now, Ditlev's still up there leading. We know Frederick Funk is up there with him, looking very relaxed on the bike, as is Colin Chartier and Fromhold. So all of these three men looking very, very relaxed. Great footage out on course. It is quite difficult to get the cameras out there. There are sections of the bike course today that are very, very thin and very, very technical. We will try to get you more footage of our professional men's and women's race out on the bike course. We now know that Jodie Stimpson has joined that lead female group. So we have Imogen Simmons currently leading our professional women, along with Jodie Stimpson, Nicola Spirig, and India Lee. So that is a very strong group. And I'm pretty sure they will continue to separate themselves from the rest of the professional women's field. This bike course here today in Mallorca really has just about everything that you could ask for. You can see on course now, that's about probably one of the only flat sections of the course. Looking at those 4 women leading the bike ride so far, so the likes of Simmons, Stimpson, Spirig and Lee, you would have to say that Spirig is definitely the strongest runner. So it'll be a very, very interesting foot race once they hit T2. And in our men's field, Frederick Funk, Niels Fromhold, Payet, Ditlev and Chartier. After the run I saw Chartier have 2 weeks ago in Salou, I would have to put my money on him. He had an incredible run in Salou. An update out on course now saying that Ditlev is having a few technical issues on the bike. I'm not sure how serious they are. But I think he was off his bike for around 15 seconds and is now chasing down that group again. We're not sure what happened, but it looks like Ditlev has suffered some sort of technical issue out on the bike course. Required him to stop and get off his bike for around 15 seconds, but he is now back on his bike and chasing. He has lost that lead group. And it will be interesting to see if he tries to make up that deficit straight away. And I'm sure that lead group is aware that Ditlev is no longer with them. But you would think 1 week between races, very, very difficult ask. It's interesting, you do see our professional women seem to do it a little bit more successfully. And I know my old coach used to always get his professional women to back up races. They seem to do it a lot better than the professional men. And it will be interesting to see today whether Ditlev does have any residual from racing last weekend. As I said, he had a great race last week in Budva with only actually less than a week because Budva was on Sunday and of course we're racing today, Saturday, so it's less than a week, 6 days to recover, which is not a lot of time. We know there are quite a few athletes out on course today that are in a similar predicament. Lucy Hall taking the win last week in Budva, also backing up 6 days later. We know Lucy also raced the weekend before in a Challenge Salou, which was changed to a duathlon. So in my eyes, an even harder race to recover from. But good to know that Ditlev has given the thumbs up. He is okay. So while he has lost that lead group, he is okay. He's back on his bike. But it's going to be very, very difficult for him to bridge back up to that lead group of 4. So we now have a lead group of 4 leading the men's race and a lead group of 4 leading the women's race. While we know the men are almost the completion of lap 1, we know 2-lap bike course here today, 45 kilometres each lap. Men, won't be too long before we see them start lap 2. The run course here today, 4 laps, 21.1 kilometres. So just over 7 kilometre loops. And it really is a great course for spectators. So plenty of opportunity to see all of the athletes. But again, it's not, I thought it was a flat run course. So when I was doing some research, I thought, oh, well, it's along the boardwalk. It has to be flat. But I couldn't have been more wrong. It is quite an undulating run course as well. So definitely one of the tougher events. And you can see by the times that the athletes have done in the past that it definitely is not a flat and fast course. Thankfully, we have got incredible conditions out there today. As we can see, Rudy Wild up on screen right now. He was 3rd here last year. He loves this course. It's coming from Switzerland. It's no wonder. He's very, very accustomed to riding hills. Rudy Wild, also the winner of Laguna Phuket Triathlon back in 2019, another very hilly course. Be interesting to see where Rudy is on course right now. There's Nicholas Spirig up on screen. 5-time Olympian. Truly incredible athlete. Has more accolades. I look at her notes when Torsten Rada sends me through her notes. It's literally 3 pages worth of results. She really has done everything. Reinaldo Colucci of Brazil had a stunning race in September at the World Long Distance Champs in Almere. Great to see Reinaldo back racing so well. He's been in the sport a very, very long time. I've known Reinaldo since he was a junior, so great to see him still back racing very, very well. And we know now that there are only a few athletes left to leave T1. So almost all of our age group athletes are now out on the bike course. Our men, our professional leaders, our professional male leaders are now at 42 kilometres in, so almost halfway. They will then have to do it all over again. Ditlev is losing a little bit of time now on those leaders. So after his mechanical, where he lost around 15 seconds, we know he is definitely back on his bike, but he is losing time to that lead group of 4. We think he's around 40 seconds back on that lead group right now. So not such great news for Ditlev, who we knew was coming into this race with tired legs after his victory last week. But Niels Fromhold, who was 4th last week in Budva, not looking like he is showing any strain from last week's 4th place. He is currently in that lead group of 4. And by all reports, looking relaxed and comfortable where he is. And the same goes for our professional women's race with our lead group of 4 women, Spirig, Stimson, Simmons. They are all looking very, very relaxed. Of course, India Lee is there as well. And it doesn't look like they are doing anything crazy. So earlier on, we know that Spirig was trying to drop that group or trying to separate herself from that group by really pushing the descents. We've now been given a report out on course that there are no attacks. Everyone is riding within themselves. It almost looks like they're saving their energy. It will be interesting, obviously, lap 2. I think this is when things are going to start getting interesting, particularly when they start climbing again in lap 2 to see who's got the stronger legs. The last of our swimmers have made their way out of the water into T1. So all of our athletes are now onto the bike. I think race directors always, it's a little sigh of relief once everyone is out of the water and onto the bike. 2 weeks ago in Challenge Salou, we had really incredibly rough and rugged conditions. It was blowing a gale. The current in the ocean and the waves were they were huge. So the call was made that a safe swim couldn't take place, so it turned into a duathlon. And it's always great to see conditions here today, perfect swim conditions here today in Mallorca. Our professional men have now completed lap 1 of the 45-kilometre loop. So they have now completed lap 1 and are heading out for lap 2 now. It's our lead group of 4. Niels Fromhold, Frederick Funk, Colin Chartier and Payot are still in the lead. Ditlev around 40 to 45 seconds back now. Always difficult when you lose that group. We know Ditlev is one of the strongest cyclists in the field. He'll be disappointed not to be up there in that lead group. But he just needs to concentrate on what he is able to do right now. Again, I have to apologise that we are not showing footage of our lead professional men and lead professional women. I know that is what you are watching for. It's what I am watching for too. I am really hoping that our motos out on course can start bringing us some close-up footage of our professional men and professional women. That's what we all want to see. Especially when we have such incredible athletes racing here today. Frederick Funk now well and truly starting lap 2. He is in the lead. We know Fromhold is holding second. Colin Chartier of the US in third and Payet in fourth. As soon as I can get an update on how far that gap is back to Ditlev, I will let you know. But our lead four men are Funk, Fromhold, Chartier and Payet. Now, the tricky part of the course now that they have started lap 2 is that they are going to start picking up our age group athletes. And there are sections of this course that are quite thin and, as I've mentioned earlier, very, very technical. And it only takes a sudden lapse in concentration, and all of a sudden you've got age group athletes and professional athletes running into each other. It's something we don't want to see here today. So hopefully our lead professional men are able to make their way around our age group athletes who are out on lap 1, while our lead professional males are starting lap 2. I've also been informed that our chase group, so that is our chase group in the professional men's field, has also completed lap 1 and is making their way out on lap 2 now. So this, as I said, gets a little tricky now because you've got athletes coming in the opposite direction. And for most of our European athletes racing today, this will be their last race of the season. Luckily for most of our athletes based in Europe, they have had a pretty full season of racing. There's been quite a few races for them to choose. This is really one of the last races for many of our athletes. They'll take a bit of an off season now. Some of those athletes will come back in December. There are some races in the US in late December. I know many of these athletes are going to travel across to Florida to race Clash Daytona in the beginning of December. 100,000 US dollars prize money on the line there. So a great event held completely within the Daytona Raceway, Speedway. But then there'll be other athletes that decide this is it. One last hit out before they then take a long break and start it all again in 2022. I think for most professional athletes, they are really hoping that 2022 is back to the new normal, we like to say now. So I don't know if it'll ever be back to the old normal that we are used to back in 2019. But hopefully 2022 will see a full schedule of races all around the world that every single professional athlete, no matter where you live or are based, is able to get to. One of the things in my job as professional liaison, and I've lived it with a lot of these athletes, it's been so incredibly frustrating over this last 2 years. This year, of course, it's been a lot better for many of our athletes, predominantly our athletes based in Europe or the US. It's still been very, very difficult times for many of our athletes based elsewhere in Asia, in Australia, in New Zealand. Very difficult for them to travel overseas. Some have been able to do it, and it's been great to see some of these athletes make their way over. I know Kyle Smith from New Zealand took the plunge. Braden Curry, I think Braden Curry is currently sitting in hotel quarantine in New Zealand, so he's getting through his 2-week quarantine. And those who know Braden Curry, I think we're pretty safe to say it's probably the worst 2 weeks of his life. He is a very active outdoors kind of person, as most athletes are. And I know from doing 3 quarantines myself, it's not a particularly pleasant experience. Thankfully for Australia, we are looking to end quarantine, and I'm sure New Zealand will not be too far behind. But great to see so many of the Australian athletes. I know Grace Tech from Australia, Renee Kiley, Sarah Crowley have all based themselves in the US, and Sarah Crowley has been in Europe since the Collins Cup and is still in Europe right now. So heading back to the US shortly, I think. But since the Collins Cup has remained in Europe to do quite a bit of racing there, which has been great to see. But yeah, I'm really hoping that come next year it's going to be full fields with no issues with any athletes getting anywhere. So it does look like Nicola Spirig, while she was pushing the pace early on in the first half of the first lap, currently now sitting back in 4th place, which is not such a bad idea. We do know that Spirig, of the 4 that are riding in that front group, Spirig is by far the fastest runner. That's not to say that Stimson, Simmons, and India Lee are not great runners. After watching Stimson run away from the field in Challenge Miami earlier this year, Stimson is a very, very strong runner. It's just that her form is a little untested at the moment. We know that she's been injured since then. This is her first true race back, so it's going to be very interesting to see what sort of race shape. It's always very, very difficult when you haven't raced for so long to know just, that top end speed that you need, particularly when you're racing the likes of Imogen Simmons and Nicola Spirig. So definitely on paper, Spirig will be the one to beat here coming into T2. So maybe sitting in 4th position right now is the smartest thing that Spirig can do. Because I'm pretty sure she would know that when it comes to the run, she's definitely by far the fastest runner in the field. An update in our men's race, we also know that Fromhold and Funk are now pushing the pace, and they have created a little bit of a gap. And Colin Chartier is now starting to lose that group. There's around 20 seconds in arrears to Fromhold and Funk. And it does look like he is struggling just a bit. Actually doesn't surprise me that Fromhold and Funk are starting to really put some pressure on the group. Payot has also lost 8 seconds, so that group is starting to split. We've got Funk and Fromhold up front. About 8 to 10 seconds back, we have got Payot, and then Chartier's around 20 seconds back. What'll be interesting now is if Ditlev can get a sniff of that, if he can see that this group has now started to split, that is only going to work in his favour. And once Ditlev can actually see Chartier and then maybe Payot, he's going to know exactly what's going on, and that's just going to spur him on even more. See many of our age group athletes on road bikes today. So a little different to the races that we've had. Challenge Salou, predominantly time trial frames, even for our age group athletes. Whereas today, for many of our age group athletes that know this course, that know this terrain, they've decided that the road bike with clip-ons is a much better choice. You can see here one of the tricky descents. The professional men, our lead men, are now at the 52-kilometre mark. And you can see just from the footage there just how far high up they do climb from sea level. Great shots of the bike course out there now. So we know that this bike course takes them through many of the smaller towns on the outskirts of Peguera. They will ride along the coast, passing through some of the best known tourist resorts and some of the most popular beaches here in Mallorca. Right now, the section of the course that they're on, they've headed inland, so they are right in the centre of a UNESCO World Heritage Site. So really beautiful part of the course. Thumbs up from that rider. Obviously enjoying the scenery today. Again, great conditions. We are expecting a little bit of rain a little later on. You can see that there is a little bit of cloud cover. We're not expecting this till around 2 p.m. this afternoon, and we're hoping most of our athletes will be off the bike and onto the 21.1 kilometre run. So I am being given reports out on course that Lucy Hall is in fact our lead female now. Now, either she has been missed from the very beginning, we're not 100% sure, or she has managed to make her way back to the lead. We do know that she was the early swim leader. We saw that she was first out of the swim, first into transition, and definitely first out on that bike. And in fact, she had such an incredible swim. She actually caught some of the back markers of our professional men's race. Now, our professional men went off at 9 a.m., our professional women at 9:03. And we know that Lucy Hall was able to catch some of the back markers of our professional men's race. But we are now getting given reports that she is in the lead. The joys of, while I love a technically hard, tough bike course, this is the sort of bike course that I would have thrived on as when I was back racing. The only downside is it is very, very difficult to follow on the motos. And now I am just trying to work out whether Lucy Hall has been in the front this entire time and we've just missed her because she is absolutely flying, or whether she has managed to catch this group of four. We were given reports that that group of four women, so India Lee, Jodie Stimson, Nicholas Spirig, and Imogen Simmons, were riding quite comfortably together. No one was willing to do anything crazy, and it almost looked like they were saving themselves. That was the report we were given out on course. And maybe this has allowed Lucy Hall, who is out there on her own, to keep pushing. Now, it's a position that Lucy Hall is used to being in. I think Every single race I've watched Lucy do, she has led out of the water. It's what she did at the championship race. It's what she did last week in Budva, going wire to wire in Challenge Budva last week, never even looking like getting caught. But it is looking like Lucy Hall from Great Britain is leading this professional women's race here today, which is an amazing effort considering it is only 6 days post her win in Budva. And this is, of course, her third weekend in a row of racing. She was third at Challenge Salou, first last weekend in Budva, and now leading our professional women's race here today. Honestly, she is really, really in such scintillating form. We do know that chase group of 4 women, so Jodie Stimpson, Imogen Simmons, India Lee, and Nicola Spirig, are definitely in a group of 4 riding behind Lucy Hall. I'm going to try now and see exactly what the gap is. But for all of our Lucy Hall fans out there, I must apologise. But what a great race. And I cannot believe that Lucy's been able to back it up so incredibly well. But I am going to try now to get you that exact gap that Lucy Hall has over our chase group of 4. And again, I really do apologise that we have no footage. It would have been great to have seen some photo footage of our leader today. I'm really hoping that when we get to the run that we are able to see our lead professional men and lead professional women. Frederick Funk and Niels Fromhold still leading our men's race today. They have managed to break that elastic band. Back to Gregor Payet and also Colin Chartier. As you can see on screen now, there are some really thick clouds up ahead, and we've been given reports out on course that where our professional men are right now, it is raining quite heavily. So that rain was not due to come until around 1 p.m., 2 p.m. today. And like every race, you never quite know. So it is raining out there on course right now quite heavily. So I can tell you that Lucy Hall, our lead professional female today, is leading by 2 minutes. So she has a 2-minute gap over that group of 4. That includes Jodie Stimpson, Imogen Simmons, India Lee, and Nicola Spirig. So just to repeat, Lucy Hall is leading our professional women's race here today and has a 2-minute gap over our chase group of 4. So I think Lucy Hall was just that quick out of transition. Because she had caught some of our professional men, I think she was just missed by our spotters. But what a great race Hall is having out there today. Not too many athletes that can back up week after week. And as I said, Challenge Salou, followed by Challenge Budva Montenegro, and now only 6 days later, Challenge Mallorca. So fantastic racing. And we have a new men's leader. Nils Fromhold is now leading our men's race. Of course, he has Frederick Funk right behind him. So great to see Nils having such a strong race out there today. He was 4th last week in Budva. He was 2nd at Challenge Rot. Of course, Nils Fromhold was the winner of Roth back in, I think, 2015, if I've got that correctly. Very, very solid athlete. I like to call Fromhold the quiet achiever. He's 35 years of age. He's coming equal 6. This is the interesting thing. So we've got both Frederick Funk, 24 years of age, and Nils Fromhold at 35 years of age, both right at this point in time, riding together at the lead of this race, and both in equal 6th on our Challenge Family World Bonus. So this could get very interesting when it comes down to the run. But looking through the list of achievements, thanks to Torsten Rade from Tri Rating, Nils Fromhold has an exceptional pages of results. He's been around for a long time, still has plenty of great racing left in him, that's for sure. His career highlights: he's had 3 full distance wins and 4 half distance wins. I think his personal best or fastest time over the full distance race was this year in Challenge Rot, where he went 7:30:31. So a fantastic race by Fromhold this year. Of course, we know the winner was no other than Patrick Lange, who also just had a great race last weekend in Budva and leads our world bonus. And I'm definitely no mathematician, but looking at his points for the world bonus, it is looking almost a done deal that Patrick Lange will take out our world bonus at the end of the year. It's a similar case, similar scenario for our women's world bonus with Annie Haug, the winner of Challenge Rot. Also looking like her lead is set in stone. So both Germans with a very healthy lead in our world bonus. So while our lead group of 4 in the men's race has now split into a lead group of 2 with Fromhold currently leading Frederick Funk right behind him. We then have Payot, and then Colin Chartier is a little further behind. Updated on course that Magnus Ditlev is now 1 minute behind Fromhold, but he is definitely still in the race. 61 kilometres done for our lead professional men. We know that Ditlev is now very close to Colin Chartier and Payet. So those three men, not much distance between them, and they are around 1 minute, down on our leaders from Holden Funk. And while I've continued to talk about the Challenge Family World Bonus, end of year bonus, which is worth around 150,000 US dollars, many of these athletes racing here today are also hoping to get valuable points towards the PTO end of year ranking. I mentioned earlier that Magnus Ditlev is currently our highest ranked PTO athlete. He made his way into the top 15. And the PTO has really done an incredible job supporting our professional athletes, especially last year when there was little to no racing for anyone around the world. I know there are quite a few professional athletes that would not be still racing today if it weren't for the PTO and the support that they've been able to give. Great to be at the Collins Cup earlier this year in Shamarin, Slovakia. That was truly an event to behold. I've been in the sport now for around 30 years, and it was one of the coolest events that I've ever been a part of. And to be able to follow that up the next day with Challenge Family, the championship was the icing on the cake. But 2 days of incredible racing with the best athletes in the world in both events. But hats off to the PTO for continuing to support the professional athletes and allowing them all to continue through these crazy, crazy 2 years that we've just had. I know after talking to several athletes, one of them being Kyle Smith from New Zealand, that there is no way that he would have been able to afford to have stayed as a full-time professional athlete if it wasn't for the PTO and their support. So Ditlev has now managed to bridge his way up to Colin Chartier and also Gregor Payot, and those three are now riding together around a minute behind our leaders of From Holden Funk. And Hall still holding just over 2 minutes now. So I think it's around 2 minutes 15. So Lucy Hall of Great Britain has a 2 minute 15 lead over Spirig, Simmons, Lee and Stimpson. So those four women still riding together, but not managing to bridge that gap up to Lucy Hall. That just tells me how well Lucy Hall is riding right now. We all know Lucy Hall is an incredible swimmer, so it's always a given, pretty much a given that she is going to lead the race out. But to think that she's held off the likes of Spirig, Simmons, Stimpson and Lee is a true testament to how well she is actually riding right now. and showing absolutely no fatigue at all from last week's race. This actually looks like we finally have footage of our lead pro male. We do know that Nils Fromhold is leading the race here today. And that did look like his blue, or it does look like his blue Erdinger outfit. We know both Fromhold and Funk are sponsored by Team Erdinger. Big shout out to Team Erdinger. They have been incredible supporters of the sport of triathlon. Well, certainly in Germany, but also triathlon in general. I think ever since I started racing in Germany, and that's too many years ago for me to even talk about, Erdinger have been supporting the sport of triathlon. So they will be very, very happy that we have two Erdinger athletes leading the race here today, Nils Fromhold and Frederick Funk. And that definitely is Frederick Funk there on the bike. I'd know who that position on the bike. He really has got a fantastic position. Very, very aero. And there we've got Nils Fromhold. So finally, with our lead pro men here today, that's Nils Fromhold leading right now with Frederick Funk right behind him. Beautiful part of the course that they're going through right now. Very, very demanding terrain. We know that they're either up or down. We've been told that they're continually in and out of the aero bars. And that makes it really, really difficult to get into any sort of rhythm. And we know one thing about triathletes, they love to get down in their aero bars and just get into rhythm as soon as possible. So while we're back with our Spanish reporters back in the studio in Peguera-Mallorca, we know that our two lead males are looking very, very good out there on the course. It won't be long now before we see them make their way back along the coast and into transition. It's going to be very, very interesting to see what sort of lead they have over Colin Chartier, Gregor Payet, and Magnus Ditlev. Last check, it was just over 1 minute. So Frederick Funk and Fromhold now at about the 70-kilometre mark of the course. This is the downhill section of the course. We've been given reports that they're hitting speeds of around 80 to 85 kilometres an hour. Temperature out on course is also starting to rise. As we can see, Frederick Funk is about to come on screen. There he is. Great shot of Frederick Funk there on the bike. Really, really aero position. And you can see the difference in the two positions on the bike. Nils Fromhold, still a great position, but definitely not as severe as Frederick Funk. One could say that the difference in age could play a part there. Of course, Nils Fromhold at 35 years of age, probably not as flexible as what he was when he was a lot younger. And you've got Frederick Funk at 24 years of age, still a spring chicken. And look at the difference. Incredible to see the difference in their positions on the bike. But they have well and truly taken control of the race here today. They are just over 70-kilometre mark right now. They did have a lead of just over 1 minute. I will try and get an update to you to see just how far they've been able to push that out. It definitely will be interesting to see if Ditlev is happy to sit in that group of three or whether he's going to start pushing the pace. He knows he cannot afford to let these two get too much of a gap into transition. Frederick Funk raced 2 weeks ago in Salou. He was first into T2 there, but he did have some issues on the run. Ended up finishing in 11th place, so definitely not where he wanted to finish, not where we expected him to finish. We know that Frederick Funk can definitely run. I witnessed that firsthand in Challenge Walchsee early this year. We had an incredible race. It was basically one of the best races I've ever seen from Funk. He ran incredibly well that day. As you can see him looking very controlled on the bike so far. As he makes a pass round from hold. So these two athletes working very, very well together. Legally, of course, 12-metre drafting rule here today being implemented. Challenge family do like to try to stick to the 20-metre rule when they can. But for this particular course today being so technical and so hilly, it does sit back at the 12-metre rule. And you can see by those shot on the screen that they are holding that distance very, very well. I'd definitely like to see Funk running back at his best again. If we can get a Funk that we saw in Walchsee earlier this year, then we have got a race on our hands. Niels Fromhold, also very strong runner. Niels is just one of those athletes that just is great at all three. He's a solid swimmer, a solid biker, and a solid runner, and he does it without a lot of fuss. That's how I like to talk about Fromhold. He doesn't make a lot of fuss, doesn't talk a big game, he just gets on with business. But I would really like to see these two have a great run. And it will be interesting to see. We know that the chase group of three were around that minute back. But then I'd also like to know where the likes of Rudy Wild, who we know is also a very strong runner, Ronaldo Coluzzi, Colin Chartier, all of these men on their day are very, very strong. Robbie Deckard, Albert Mollins. It'll be very interesting to see how far Albert Mollins is back. He is also a very, very strong runner. He was second in a Challenge Davos this year as well. That was turned into a duathlon due to the conditions, so we know that he is a very strong runner. But so far, looking right now, we haven't been given any reports just on how far back these other athletes are. It's going to be very, very difficult for them to catch Funk or Fromhold. Our lead men have around 18 kilometres left on the bike today. Our female leader, Lucy Hall, 60 kilometres in now. But we do know that the chasers of Spirig, Stimson, Simmons, and India Lee, they have managed to get that gap down to 1:40. So it was at 2:15 at one stage, 2 minutes 15. It is now down to 1 minute 40. Spirig is on the front of the group, and she is driving again. I think she probably got a little bit of an update out on course, and she wasn't comfortable with that gap being at 2:15, and so it is now down to around 1:40. Spirig is in second with Imogen Simmons right on her wheel. But Stimson has fallen off the back just slightly. So we are getting reports that Stimson is now around 20 seconds down on Imogen Simmons and Nicholas Spirig. And that just tells me that Spirig has decided, okay, we need to up this pace. We need to start working to get that gap down, because even though we know Simmons and Spirig are fantastic runners, nobody likes to come into transition with a gap upwards of 2 minutes. It's just not a pleasant position to be in, and it means a lot of work has to be done. An interesting part of this bike course, though, looking at all the different sections that we've been shown so far, it is one of those courses that if you can get a lead, you are out of sight, out of mind. And that is exactly the predicament that Lucy Hall's finding herself in now. It's actually a great place to be. She got that gap out of the swim, and it's almost like she's just snuck away. She's riding incredibly well. I'm not saying, not taking that away from her. It's incredible riding that from Lucy today. But it is one of those courses that if you're out of sight, you're out of mind, and it's very, very difficult to bridge that gap across. We saw that when Ditlev had to stop with his mechanical, where he had to stop for 15 seconds. And since then, he has been losing a little bit of time on our leaders here on screen right now. And it's almost the same thing that's happened with Lucy Hall. And they allowed that gap to get out to around that 2-minute 15 mark. But Nicola Spirig, being the absolute professional that she is, having raced every kind of race known to mankind, has obviously thought, okay, I'm not comfortable with this lead anymore. I'm not comfortable with this gap. I need to get it down to a more to a gap that I feel better about, and one that when I get into transition and I start that run, I know that I've got 4 laps to reel her in. And it's going to be very, very interesting to see what that gap is into T2, and if Nicola Spirig is able to slowly but surely reel in the likes of Hall and take the lead in this race. And I'll be honest, I honestly thought that when we heard that Spirig was in the lead, that was exactly what I expected. I mean, I've been looking at this race all day today, studying Torsten's notes, looking at my own results that I have on Nicola and the other athletes. And even though I know Lucy Hall was coming into this race today in fantastic form, I mean, the records don't lie, and we know Spirig is one of the most accomplished athletes on this planet. It always makes me laugh. Everyone always talks about Jan Frodeno being the GOAT of our sport. Well, in my eyes, Nicola Spirig is the GOAT of our sport. And she hasn't even finished yet. Obviously only one full distance race to her name. Of course, she won that race. And I know next year when she goes for the sub-8, I, for one, cannot wait to see what this woman is capable of, because so far in her career, she has defied all the odds. Truly incredible. I honestly have not got enough adjectives to describe this woman. I definitely have a bit of a girl crush on Nicola Spirig. In my eyes, she is the greatest triathlete that we have seen. And I have a feeling she's going to put on a show for us today in the run. So great shot of Frederick Funk there. Tucks down into the aero position. Niels Fromhold on the front. As you can see, these men up and out of the saddle, back down into their aero bars. For a lot of triathletes, they do not like this. Their legs do not like this, and it's always interesting to see what it's like in those first couple of kilometres onto the run. More often than not, triathletes training on the bike are long efforts down in the aero bars, where you get to stay down in the aero bars, but this course is not really allowing them to have too much time down in that position. We know that these two lead men only have around 14 kilometres left. In the last 10 to 15 kilometres of this bike ride, it is just predominantly flat with a few short climbs. So no more major climbs to go. Just a few short climbs before they make their way back in to T2. What's been great to see in so many of our races this year is just the difference in age. You know, most professional sports, you're used to seeing a particular age group, but it's so fantastic to look down this start list and see, I believe, our youngest athletes at 23 years of age, and then our oldest athletes at 39, 40, 41, so 41 years of age. We know that Rudy Wild at 39 years of age is still doing so very well. Ronaldo Colucci at 35 years of age, again, also another great athlete. He's only 35, but I feel like he's been in the sport for 40 years. He's been around for that long. And then when we look at our women's field, we've got Nicola Spirig, also 39 years of age. Jodie Stimpson at only 22, so she's a baby of the field. So that's an incredible difference. And both of these athletes out here today doing very, very well. We know that Stimpson has unfortunately fallen off the back of that lead women's group, or chase group, I should say. And that might be just what I was talking about earlier, just not having that race fitness. It is a very specific fitness and something that we can see that just looking at the difference. Lucy Hall has race fitness right now. She's leading our race. She's been out front all day long on her own. And then you've got Stimpson, Jodie Stimpson, who is only at her first race back. Her last race was back in March in Challenge Miami. So doing very, very well for someone that has not been able to get on a race course due to injury. But as you can see, our professional men making their way back now. Just over 10 kilometres left on this 2-lap bike course today. So while we're on screen now with our lead two males, Nils Fromhold from Germany, and of course Frederick Funk also from Germany, two of our Team Erdinger triathletes. We know further back we have Ditlev. We are going to get you an exact split back to Colin Chartier, who is now 20 seconds in front of Ditlev. And we are not sure at this point in time what's happened to Payet. He was riding with them. It doesn't look like he is now. Reports out on course is that Colin Chartier is now riding very, very strongly again. And it's 1:45. So that gap from our lead men back to Colin Chartier and Magnus Ditlev is 1:45. So these two men will be very, very happy with that gap. So while we wait to get an update on our professional women out there, I want to give you another update on the gap between our leader, Lucy Hall. We believe it's at around 1 minute 45, back to Lee, Simmons and Spirig. Stimson is not in that group. We know that was around a 20-metre gap. It now looks like that has opened up just a little bit more. So 1:45 from Lucy Hall back to Simmons, with Spirig about a further 100 metres behind Imogen. So we see on screen now Juanan Fernandez from Challenge Salou, so the race director from Challenge Salou. He did a fantastic job 2 weeks ago. They woke up the morning of the race to extreme conditions. It was blowing an absolute gale. There was a little delay in the start. Unfortunately, they were unable to secure the swim course with the boys flying all over the place. The decision was made fairly quickly that a safe swim was impossible. They changed it to a duathlon. Started with a 5K run, 90K bike ride, and 21.1 to finish. And we know Colin Chartier was the winner of that race. He had an incredible run. And in the women's race, Lisa Norden. It was so great to see Lisa have she absolutely dominated that race from beginning to end. Of course, Lucy Hall was a little disappointed that she wasn't able to swim, but was finished in third, which I thought was fantastic, considering swimming is her strength. I think she proved to herself that she doesn't always need a swim to do well. But hats off to Juanan Fernandez for being able to put on such a terrific event in less than ideal conditions. I don't think you'll meet, in fact, I know you won't meet a more passionate man in triathlon. He absolutely loves the sport. He lives, eats and breathes the sport. Of course, not too long now before we will see our lead two professional men heading back into transition. And I am definitely very, very excited to see what plays out on the run. Frederick Fonk has had a week off in between races. He was in Salou, but he did not race last weekend. Whereas Niels Fromhold, having raced Budva only 6 days ago. It's going to be very interesting to see whether that plays a part. We know Fonk's had a few issues with the run in his last 2 races. And that's a tough thing mentally to try and ignore. So it's going to be very interesting to see whether Fonk can put that behind him and concentrate on the here and now. And on the other hand, it's going to be very interesting to see if Fromhold still has tired legs from 6 days ago. Right now on the bike, he is not showing any signs of fatigue. If anything, he's having a better race this weekend, today, than he was last week. So it looks likely that the gap between our lead men and chasers and our lead females and our chaser is very similar. So it's around 1:30 to 1:45 for the both of them. So our lead 2 men and our lead female at this stage having a very similar gap over their chasers. So, what I always find interesting when you have a situation or a scenario that we've got right now in our professional men's race, where you've got two men that have been working legally together all day long, it's going to be very interesting to see what they do coming into T2. Whether they work together for the first half of the half marathon, so the first bit of the race. We know that this marathon course here today is 4 laps. We may even see these two men want to run together for the first 7K loop or the first lap, and just to give each other support until they see how far back their pursuers are, or whether someone like Fromhold is going to want to put a gap between himself and Funk immediately. I always like to say I never quite know what the strategy is going to be, but often when you see two athletes, whether they be two pro males or two pro females, often when they've done a lot of the bike course together, you see them get into T2, and it's almost like a handshake. Let's just do this together for now, and then once we get into the nitty gritty of the run, we'll go our separate ways. But I'll be very interested to see what happens into T2 right now with these two men. I mean, they're both German. They're both in the same team with Erdinger. They know each other very, very well. Definitely different age groups, with Nils Fromhold being by far the more experienced athlete here today. But Frederick Funk, definitely part of the next generation. A very, very exciting young athlete. And I think it's always very exciting when you get the likes of Funk, Ditlev, Thomas Davis, all of these young guns, because they just don't seem to be afraid to have a go. They don't always play by the rules. And I love that. It just keeps the racing very, very interesting. Frederick Funk, both of his parents, great triathletes in their day. Harold and Heike Funk. I think I've mentioned this in several of my live commentaries in the past. I used to race. My husband used to race against Harold back in the day, and I used to race against Heike. So it's quite funny or cool for me to now be commentating on their son racing very, very well. And I'm sure Harold will not mind me saying that definitely going to be an even greater athlete than he was. Very, very talented young man. So with around 10 kilometres left to go for our leaders in our men's race today, our spotters out on course keep letting me know how incredibly impressed they are with Lucy Hall and the way she is riding today. They expected Spirig to be able to whittle that gap out of the swim down to nothing, particularly on this course. And this is not taking anything away from Lucy Hall. We know that she's a very strong bike rider. But it is for anyone to keep a 2-minute or just under 2-minute gap over the likes of Spirig. They're having a very, very strong day out there. So hats off to Lucy Hall right now. So you can see on screen, very fast section of the course. Great shot of our finish line. Now on the run, as I've said, 4-lap run here today in Peguera. They will run past the side. So you can see that there's a red carpet down to the finish arch, but right beside it to the left of it, that is where they will complete each of their 4 loops. So they will actually run past that finish arch for the first 4 times, and then they will finally, once they've completed lap 4, they get to veer right and make their way through the finish arch. I think for our runners, our true runners in the field today, 4 laps is preferred. For people or athletes that running is not their forte, 4 laps is a lot of laps. Again, I was never a great runner. I used to like being out of sight, out of mind. I preferred the out and back, so straight out, straight back type of run course. Mentally, for me to complete 4 laps, I always hated it because if you felt bad on the first lap, you knew for sure you're going to feel bad on the 4th lap. But for someone like Spirig, getting off the bike today with a deficit of around that 2-minute mark, this sort of run course, I think mentally will actually be to her advantage, particularly if she is able. This is all if she is able to take time out of Lucy. I've been wrong so far. I thought that Spirig would have caught Lucy Hall on the bike by now. So just the fact that she hasn't, I mean, nothing's a given in racing. We all know that. But under normal circumstances, a 4-loop run, once you get through that first loop and you realize that you are taking chunks of time out of the leader, it's the sort of run. This is the sort of run course where the likes of Spirig is just going to get faster and faster. So again, it's going to be such an exciting women's race here today because we know that Spirig is the fastest runner in the field. We know that Jodie Stimpson on her day is a very fast runner. She showed that in Miami earlier in the year. Imogen Simmons, also a very powerful runner. So, yeah, I'm really excited. And as I said, hats off to Lucy Hall because right now she is doing everything right and nothing wrong. And I did not expect her to be coming into T2 with a 2-minute lead or thereabouts over the caliber chase group that we've got right now. So that gap, Lucy Hall has managed to get that gap back out to 2 minutes 10. So it did go down. It did fall to about 1:45. It's now sitting at 2:10, back out where it was originally. So wow, honestly, Lucy Hall is on fire today. So while Lucy Hall leads, we know behind we've got Imogen Simmons, Nicola Spirig, and India Lee. India Lee having such a great race today. Such a strong athlete. So those 3 women now at 2:10 behind. Our lead men have already made their way through transition, so we know our lead men, Nils Fromhold and Frederick Funk. Colin Chartier has now made his way back into transition. He's around 3 minutes down on our lead men. So there you go, 3 minutes down with Magnus Ditlev very close behind Chartier. And if Chartier can have the sort of run that he had in Salou 2 weekends ago, in Salou, we know that Frederick Funk came off the bike, came into transition, so came off the bike in first place. He was very quickly run down by Chartier. We also know Ditlev had an incredible run last weekend in Budva. So while 3 minutes is definitely a large gap, and a gap that these two men will not like to hear, it's definitely not out of the question. If both of these men have the sort of run that we've seen them have in the last 2 weeks, so Chartier in Salou and Ditlev in Budva. But the biggest issue here is obviously Fromhold, because he is such a consistent athlete. And he, for one, will be very, very happy with a 3-minute lead over the likes of Chartier and Ditlev. And that looks like a Colin Chartier now making his way onto the run. And Magnus Ditlev now currently in fourth place, also making his way out onto the run. Such completely different running styles between Chartier and Ditlev. Ditlev, very lanky, long limbs. A lot slower turnover than Chartier, but both men looking very, very good out of transition. Great shot of Magnus Ditlev. So we have 4 of our professional men out on course. Frederick Funk and Nils Fromhold leading the way here today, followed by Colin Chartier around 3 minutes down, and right on his heel, Magnus Ditlev of Denmark. And I believe it's not too far away, so I think our lead female, Lucy Hall, has less than 10 kilometres left on this bike ride today, so we can see they will come round this particular section of the course 4 times as we go into transition. More of our professional men have now made their way into T2. So we have a group of 4 to 5 men. Great close-up shots heading out. Great transitions from those two athletes. Of course, some of our athletes opting to put socks on, others not. That's always a very individual thing. So interesting to see some athletes not that quick out of transition, not that rushed or fussed about getting in and out quickly, while others straight in and straight out. And while no race numbers were needed on the bike, of course they are needed on the run. So a big group of professional men now making their way into transition and out onto the 4-lap run course. This is always a really interesting time in transition. Often when you're able to lead a race like from hold and funk, it's always nice to have that chance to get into transition on your own or with one or two others. It's not as hectic, but when you come in a big group like this, it's just a really stressful situation, and it's very, very hard to keep everything under control, to keep your heart rate down, to not rush it too much that you forget your nutrition or you forget to put race numbers on, you forget to put your socks on. It's often when you get those big groups through transition, that's when you see mistakes made. And even a simple mistake like forgetting to put socks on or deciding you want to get out of there quickly, so you're not going to wear socks. And then, 10 to 12 kilometers into the run, you've got big blood blisters at the bottom of your feet. And it's often the worst mistake of your life. So, and it's something you can practice in training. Of course, you can do transition practice. I know lots of the best athletes do. But it's very, very difficult to get that actual race day scenario where it's the fast and the furious and everyone's in at once and everyone wants to get the hell out of there before the other one. So it's a very difficult situation to actually do unless you race. I never liked it. It was always very, very, I used to get very flustered and found it very, very difficult to stay cool, calm, and collected. And it's something that over many, many years, I don't know if you ever become accustomed to it, but you know how to deal with it. And even now, looking at these runners now, as compared to the likes of Ditlev and Colin Chartier, you can see that these men are flying through transition. And that's another thing. Often you forget about what pace you're supposed to run. You just want to get out of there and onto the run course proper. And often you're running way faster than what you should be running. And that can come back to haunt you for a little while. Now, usually you put a lid on it pretty early, so it's not something that will affect you for the entire run. But it often, around 2 to 3 kilometers in, it does take its toll. As we can see, Rudy Wild riding through there. He is, running through there. I recognize that run style anywhere. So Rudy Wild about to make his way through. You'll see him on screen. There he is, right there. He has that very unique run style. There he goes. So Rudy Wild, third last weekend in Budva, third at this race back in 2019, the last time it was run. But Rudy Wild at 39 years of age, still doing very, very well against a lot of much younger athletes. We also had Maurice Clavel up there. Recognize him in that yellow HEP outfit. He is also one of the Team HEP athletes. And he was in that big chase group that we first saw in transition in the tent. And he has now moved his way up to the front as we expect. Maurice Clavel very, very strong over all three legs. There's a great shot there of Thomas Davis also making his way into transition now. So we've still got so many of our top athletes making their way into transition. This just shows you what superior riding both from hold and funk showed us today. We know that Thomas Davis, also a very strong rider in this group now. Also in Team Erdinger, to the left of our screen, all in blue. We've got Fernando Toldi also heading out of transition now. Great transition from Fernando. We've been given reports that our lead female, Lucy Hall, is well and truly on her way towards T2, still holding now a 2 minute 15 gap. So it's back to what it was when it was at its best. So 2 minutes 15 lead over Lee, Simmons and Spirig. And that's definitely a solid gap heading out onto the run today. And so far it looks like we did have that little bit of rain for a short period of time on the bike, but so far, even though we've got quite a lot of cloud cover now, as they told us we would, that rain is staying away. Temperatures are sitting steady at around 23 to 24 degrees C. So really for running, perfect race conditions for the half marathon today. So last lot of our, I think it's about our third chase group out now, as we see Thomas Davis make his way out onto the course proper. And this chase group's a long, long way behind our leaders. I'm actually surprised just how split these professional men are. And that's what happens when you get a course like this that is so demanding and so many different types of terrain. And while I definitely expected there to be different groups, I didn't expect the gaps to be this significant. So while we're seeing the last of our professional men make their way into T2, we know that Lucy Hall is absolutely charging right now and is literally only a couple of kilometres away from transition. With each and every race that Lucy has done, she just seems to be getting better and better. And our professional men, our leaders, Frederick Funk is now leading our men's race. He is around 5.5 kilometres into the course right now, and he has managed to put a little bit of a gap between himself and Nils Fromhold. So far looking very good for Freddie Funk. I know he was bitterly disappointed after the Worlds, 70.3 Worlds in St. George, and then, of course, again 2 weeks ago in Salou, where he let off the bike but did not run to his potential. But so far, looking the goods here today, leading the professional men's race at around the 5.5 to 6 kilometre mark. And we believe that lead, as you can just about to see. I think we should be showing you a shot fairly soon of Funk. There he is. So Frederick Funk has completed lap 1. We believe it's around a 26-second gap back to Fromhold, currently holding second place. I think Frederick Funk is on a mission today. So far we haven't seen Fromhold come through to complete lap 1. We were told 26 seconds. Here he is right now. So here he comes. Nils Fromhold now through lap 1. That looked like it was a little longer than 26 seconds now. So Frederick Funk definitely making up for the disappointment of his last 2 races. Currently in the lead with a gap that looks upward of 30 seconds right now. Of course, that's only lap 1 of 4 laps today. But I think Funk definitely means business. I don't think he'll be happy with anything other than first place. What'll be interesting now is to see just what kind of a gap Hall has over her pursuers. We know it's sat at around 2:15. It's going to be very interesting to see if it's remained at that same gap or she has even managed to even push it out a little bit further. And it looks like Colin Chartier currently running in third. That's what he was off the bike. Still quite a gap between himself and Fromhold. But Chartier has managed to open up that gap a little more over Ditlev. Ditlev, from all reports, is looking a little tired out there on the run. It doesn't surprise me after last week's effort from him. So while Funk is leading the race today, Chartier is now in third place, or is still in third place, but 3 minutes and 5 seconds. There he just about to see him on screen. So Colin Chartier now 3 minutes and 5 seconds down on our leader. As you can see him go through screen right now. Blink and you'll miss him. Having another great run. This looks a very, very similar run what I witnessed 2 weeks ago in Salou. So great running form. And he really does look like he's running very, very well out there today. And now we can see Ditlev around 30 seconds back. So I don't think that gap's actually too different to what it was off the bike, to be honest. It might have blown out by about another 10 seconds. But Chartier definitely looking really good. Great turnover, great cadence. It's difficult to tell when you're comparing with Ditlev. Ditlev's got such long limbs. He sort of lopes a lot more than the more compact Chartier. And here we go, our lead female. So we've got the clocks on. Let's see what that gap is back to her pursuers. But Lucy Hall looking absolutely fantastic right now from what we can see in the initial stages of the run. But looking at Hall then, she looked incredibly composed. I'm sure she has support out there in the race, letting her know exactly what sort of gap she's got right now over Spirig, Simmons, and Lee. And that's definitely got to be good for her confidence. Particularly coming from a win last week, as I've said, only 6 days ago, not showing any signs of fatigue from that race so far. Of course, we've got a long way to go on the run here today, but so far so good. So just an update on our men's race. While Frederick Funk leads from hold in second, as we can see pretty shortly, I think we're going to get footage of Spirig and Simmons coming through. So wait for that. I don't think it'll be too long. Here we go. So Nicola Spirig now coming through in second place with Imo Simmons in third. One of her HEP teammates right behind. So while Funk leads the men, Lucy Hall is leading the women's race. Funk has a 30-second lead over Fromhold, 3:05 back to Chartier and 3:35 back to Ditlev. And it's exactly 2 minutes between Lucy Hall and Spirig and Simmons. So they must have managed to make back just a few seconds in the dying kilometres of that bike ride. But a really, really great race so far from Lucy Hall. As we see Maurice Clavel go through screen, starting lap 2. So while our pro women are just starting lap 1, our professional men are into lap 2. So it looks like one of our professional men just struggling there. As more of our professional men make their way onto lap 2 of the 4-lap run course today. So 2 minutes. This is going to get very, very interesting. Obviously, we can see that Lucy Hall is on fire right now. She's in such good race form. She's shown it time and time again. 2 minutes. For someone like Spirig, I would never say that that's not doable. We know that Spirig is such an incredible runner. We see more of our pro men go through. That's Rudy Wild there again. But Spirig is definitely going to have to be patient. This is not something that she can make up straight away. But I am really interested to see. We'll be really interested to see what that gap is. We know it's 2 minutes onto the run. Let's see what that gap is after that first lap. Hoping that Jodie Stimpson, we know that she was in 4th place. She was riding with those chase women until she was dropped. We don't expect her to be too far behind. And straight away, our spotters have already told us that Nicola Spirig is absolutely flying and is definitely the fastest female out on course right now. Now, the thing is, we don't necessarily want Spirig to try and make that 2 minutes up in the first 1 or 2 loops. And this is where it gets really difficult as an athlete, particularly when you know that you're on paper, you're definitely the fastest runner in the field. You know that you're the most accomplished runner. 2 minutes is still 2 minutes, and just having that patience, you'd really, even I've seen even the most experienced of racers come unstuck. It is so difficult to have the patience and even to have that inner confidence that, okay, it doesn't matter. I don't need to make it all up in the first lap or even the first 2 laps. In fact, the best way to do this is wait till, bide my time, just claw away time, first, second, third lap, as we see Jodie Stimpson now make her way onto the run. So great to see Stimpson, as I said, has been injured for most of the year. So fantastic to see her back out racing. She is for sure one of the nicest athletes you will ever meet. Just an absolute delight to work with. And I think a race course is always a better place with Jodie Stimpson on it. So great to see her back racing. She's having a solid race back. Currently in fifth place. No, it is fourth place. Sorry, it is fourth or fifth. No, India Lee. I think we didn't get to see India Lee through, but we do know that India Lee is through. So Jodie Stimpson in fifth place, just to confirm. Although that did actually look like India Lee going through transition then. So it looks like Stimpson, I was right. I shouldn't have second guessed myself. Stimpson was through transition. So she's had a very, very good last bit of that ride. So we know that Stimpson did get dropped from those 3 women. So great to see her claw her way back. And she did actually then go through transition in front of India Lee. That was India Lee that we just saw go through. So while Lucy Hall leads by exactly 2 minutes, Spirig in second, Imogen Simmons in third, Jodie Stimpson in fourth, and India Lee through in fifth position today. So that's our top 5 professional women off the bike and onto the run. And India Lee, of course, having raced last weekend as well, having a great race in Lanzarote, where she finished in third place. Another very, very tough course, probably one of the toughest half-distance courses going around. So definitely backing up very, very well here today in Mallorca. So we also know it is starting to rain again out on the run course, which our spotters have been telling us that the athletes are actually very relieved. They're actually thumbs up, helping to keep things a little cooler. Temps are currently around 24 degrees C. So having a little bit of rain, definitely helping the athletes right now. So on screen right now, Julian, one of the on-ground commentators from Germany. He was also one of the lead commentators at Challenge Roth. And he also was one of the co-commentators with me. So he commentated with me at the World Triathlon Long Distance Championships in Almere. I'm sure he's having a great time on ground over there right now. So while it's not raining at the finish line, we have been told that there are reports that out on course, so we know that they do a big loop through the town of Peguera. and that it is raining out on course just a little bit. So just to give you a little update on the run course. So while apparently it is scenically quite beautiful, it's also definitely very tough. Hard to tell from the images we've got here. It looks dead flat. I just assumed that they ran up and down the coastal track, which was flat, but I was definitely incorrect. The course is entirely within the town of Peguera. It's 4 laps, and each lap alternates between the boulevard and the maritime boardwalk. And this boardwalk pretty much joins Torre, Els Morts, and La Romana beaches. So all those 3 beautiful beaches. And the athletes get to take in some of the most impressive coastal views of all of Mallorca. And as you can see here, the athletes need to run alongside the finish chute 4 times, and it's only once they finish 4 laps that they get to veer or exit right. And then the finish line that we can see on camera right now is called the Plaza, which basically joins the beach with the boulevard. So it's right in the heart of Peguera. But from what I've been told, it really is a spectacular run course. I'm not sure the athletes out there now are getting to take in too much of the scenery. For many of our professional men, it's looking very fast and furious. There's another one of our professional females makes her way through transition. Shouldn't be too long now before we see our lead male again. We know that Frederick Funk is definitely still leading the race here today. Fromhold is also definitely still lurking just behind Funk. And as I said, Fromhold, the quiet achiever, and he will definitely be making sure he is in a position that if anything should happen to Funk up front, he will pounce. And I think we shouldn't be too long before we get images of Fromhold. So there we have Fromhold making his way through. So while Funk has already made his way through, we know Fromhold still sitting in second, looking very, very comfortable as he went through. We now have Colin Chartier making his way through. Incredible racing from Chartier. He has definitely bridged some time or put some time back into Fromhold. He is running really, really well. This is exactly what I saw 2 weeks ago in Salou. So our top 3 men are through laps 2. Still haven't seen Ditlev yet coming through on screen. But really strong running from Colin Chartier. What a great European trip he's having. He was outstanding in the Collins Cup, finishing 12th overall. He was a late call-up after Rudy von Berg was unable to start due to illness. We just saw Magnus Ditlev go through then. And that just shows you how well Colin Chartier is running. Chartier was the winner of Salou 2 weeks ago and now having another very, very strong race out there today. Chartier, sponsored by Win Republic. So a big shout out to Luke and Beth McKenzie. He's been representing the brand very, very well over here in Europe. But it was sort of, you could see it was obvious after he had such a solid showing in the Collins Cup where he really was outstanding. And he's just been able to improve with each and every race he's done since then. And seeing him win in Salou, he was faultless. So Frederick Funk from Germany leading 1:25, so about a minute 25 over Fromhold. Now Fromhold's going to have to keep that pace going because Chartier is really looking the goods. So looking at the pace both of these men are running right now, it is Chartier who is definitely running faster. And he's definitely catching Fromhold. This is a similar scenario that he found himself in 2 weeks ago in Salou. He was off the bike, I believe, in second or third, so a very similar position to today. Of course, he was able to run down Funk fairly quickly. Funk did not have the run that we are seeing from Funk today, so a little difficult to make that comparison, to be honest. But there's no doubting that Chartier is definitely running very, very well. Great shot on screen now of our lead female, Lucy Hall, looking very, very strong, just ticking it over nicely. But I am very, very keen to see what that split is back to Spirig. I keep getting constant updates on my WhatsApp that she is absolutely flying out there. So it will be very, very interesting to see what that gap is once they complete lap 1. So even if I literally go to the first, not even half of Nicholas Spirig's achievements, obviously Olympic gold medal at London in 2012, silver medal in Rio 2016. She also represented Switzerland in 2004, and of course this year this year in Tokyo 2021. She has one full distance win in Cozumel in 2014. She has 6 half distance wins to her name. I don't even want to go through how many Olympic distance titles that she has. It's just ridiculous. But really, as I've said earlier, a phenomenal athlete. And that's not taking anything away from Lucy Hall, our leader, who has been leading all day long since the start of the swim and basically has not looked back. As we can see Spirig go through transition now. So we should get a great shot of Spirig. So we see Wild also go through again. So 1:24 the gap is now. So while it was 2 minutes coming into T2, as we can see Imogen Simmons also going through now. So our top 3 women are now through. Spirig is now 1:24 in arrears of our leader Hall. With Imogen Simmons holding 3rd place. So that's a very, very solid first lap for Spirig. Already managing to whittle 36 seconds in 1 lap. So this could definitely get very, very interesting come lap 3 and 4. And I have to give a little shout out to a young athlete racing out there today. I haven't mentioned him at all, but I know he's running in around 16th position. And he is a son of Chris Woolridge. Now, the reason I say this is Chris Woolridge back in the day was one of the reasons that my husband and I got into triathlon. We started training together way back in the day at Coogee Beach in Sydney, New South Wales. And one of his sons, Joel Woolridge, is racing today. I believe this is his first time in Europe. And he is coached by Rob Pickard. Not only a great man, but a fantastic coach. And of course, Sutto. So he is over here in this part of the Sutto crew, but coached by Rob Pickard. So a shout out to Chris if you are watching. Great to see Joel over here. And let me tell you, 16th right now in this field of 50. Pretty good going. So well done to Joel. Solid race out there today. And I've been told he shouldn't be easy to miss. He's been described as a short nugget with red hair, which is exactly like his dad. So it doesn't surprise me at all. So reports out on course that Spirig is definitely taking good chunks of time out of our leader, Lucy Hall. As I said, this is the sort of course that really, really suits someone like Nicola, where she knows she has a job to do, and being told, just confidence-wise, being told that you're taking out 35 to 40 seconds per lap, that's exactly what you want to hear, and it's only going to feed that rage even more. So she's doing everything right now. The problem is Lucy's not doing anything wrong. Lucy's having a great race, but when you've got the likes of Spirig chasing you down, there's not much that you can do. So it will be interesting to get that next split. Imogen Simmons still holding third and looking very strong. So we can see India Lee going through transition now to head out on her second lap. Stimpson is in fourth, 5:43 back from our leader. And India Lee, who we just saw on screen, 6:15 back from our leader, Lucy Hall. But we definitely have a fantastic battle on our hands right now between Hall, Spierig and Simmons. And that's the great thing about Imogen Simmons. She's such a fighter. I don't think I've met a more competitive athlete. And our on-course commentator, Julian, also doubling up as course director. Good to see him doing more than one job out there today. See Tom Davis going through again. Thomas Davis, I have to give him credit. He's had a bit of rough luck this year. He's had a couple of races where he's crashed, unable to finish, then a couple of others where things just haven't gone right. He's had a mechanical in another race, and each time you see something go wrong and you think, oh, this will be it, there's no way he'll come back from this, he picks himself up, he dusts himself off, and he gets on with business. So it was great to see him come and race Challenge Rot, finishing in the top 10, which for anyone that's ever raced there before, to get a top 10 finish in Roth is an exceptional race. So well done. He's able to pick himself up. A very solid performance from Tom Davis there. And again, for such a young athlete, he's just such a lovely young man. I never have any issues working with Tom. He's always incredibly polite. Just a really good egg is what I like to say. So great to see Thomas Davis still out there racing well, having a solid race out there today. And thanks to my on-ground spotters, I've just been sent a great picture of Joel Woodridge, and you are right, he's short and stocky with very red hair. So thank you for sending that to me. I'll send that on to his family. Won't be too long now before we see our lead male, Frederick Funk, making his way back through transition again, back through the finish line. And it's looking like Funk is having one of those days like he had back in Walchsee. There he goes, looking very, very strong. Reports out on course that he's still got a great turnover, really looking strong, not doing anything crazy, just doing what is needed. We know probably right now the only person out on course running faster is Chartier, but I think he may just run out of real estate. When they were interviewing Funk earlier in the week, one of the questions, the typical question that an athlete gets asked is, what's the plan? What do you want out of this weekend? And he said, in no uncertain terms, he wanted to win. So that was it. I just want to win. So I think after the disappointment of the last two races where he didn't perform to expectations, and these are the expectations that he's put on himself for such a young athlete. He shows such maturity. He knows what he wants. He puts in the hard yards when it comes to training, and I think just that disappointment when you can't pull it off or when you can't execute on the day. And you could see from his last race in Salo that he was just so disappointed. So to see him come back out here 2 weekends later and execute the way that he knows he can, fantastic to see. And we have to remember he's 24 years of age. So fantastic, definitely racing years above his experience right now. So we do know that Chartier is absolutely flying through this field. He has now managed to catch and overtake Fromhold. So we have a change in our top three men. While Funk continues to lead, Chartier is now in second. And we've got Fromhold around 20 seconds behind. And it looks like Magnus Ditlev is actually running side by side with Fromhold. So this run is really coming down to that last lap. So while it's looking very, very good for Frederick Funk right now in first, Colin Chartier has now made his way into second position. And on screen, I can see he is absolutely flying. And we've got Magnus Ditlev, who I was told last lap that he looked terrible, that he was really labouring with his running and that he was struggling, but he seems to have found another gear and is now running side by side with Fromhold. As we can see Chartier flying through, about to head out onto his last lap. So he is absolutely motoring. Wow, this is exactly what we saw 2 weeks ago in Salou. So what another terrific race from Colin Chartier. And then we know running in equal third, we have Ditlev and Fromhold. So we know Fromhold has lost quite a bit of time. Ditlev has managed to catch him. And from some of the photos I've been sent out on course, this just looks to be this absolute look of determination on Ditlev's face. So while I think he went through a little bit of a low patch on the run, he's pulled himself out. And the look on his face right now, I would love to know what that split is between Funk and Chartier. It is absolutely obvious on course right now that Chartier is the faster of the two. It looks like Magnus Ditlev has now managed to gap himself, put a gap between himself and Fromhold. So that is the order right now. We've got Funk leading, Chartier in second, Ditlev now holding third, and a little further back we've got Fromhold in fourth and looking like he is struggling just a bit. And another runner out on course that we're getting splits for now, and we haven't mentioned him, only 23 years of age, so he is equal youngest in the field, Yuri Krulen from the Netherlands. And so far on course, I think he started the run in 13th place and has now run his way into 5th. So definitely, I thought Chartier was the fastest on field right now, but I believe young Yuri Krulen from the Netherlands, 23 years of age, now running in 5th place and definitely with the fastest run on the course so far. So while Chartier is definitely running very, very well, I just feel he is going to run out of real estate. I think that gap between himself and Funk up in front was between 1:30 and 2 minutes. So with less than 4 kilometres left to run, as long as Funk keeps it together, and it's looking highly likely he will. It's an incredible run from Funk. This is the sort of run that we know he is capable of. Then I have no doubt that Funk will take the win here today, but hats off to Colin Chartier because he is just leaving it all out there today. Fantastic run. But while we talk about the big movers in the men's field, the biggest mover of the day, without a doubt, has to be Nicholas Spirig. Came into transition with a deficit of 2 minutes, made up about 36 seconds in the first lap. We now know that Spirig is only 15 seconds behind Lucy Hall, and she is absolutely motoring. So Spirig doing what she does best. And it really is only a matter of time before Spirig takes the lead of the race here today. I love that Lucy Hall has made her work for every inch of it. And what an incredible swim bike Hall has had. But I would imagine we can see in the right-hand corner, we've just seen Lucy Hall go through. And if you look back, you can see Spirig coming through right now. So it is only a matter of time before that pass is made. But what incredible racing from these women here today. Imogen Simmons still holding third. And there you go. Hall has gone through. And now we see Spirig. Incredible running from Nicholas Spirig. We didn't expect anything less, let's be honest. One of the most experienced athletes on the course has, as I've said, done just about everything that there is to do. And I know she definitely is not finished yet. But what a treat for us to see today, these two women racing so well together. Lucy Hall basically stamping her authority from the beginning of the race with the swim, saying, if you want me, you're going to have to come and get me. And Spirig not doing anything too crazy on the bike, deciding to leave it to the run. As we see Imogen Simmons, so Imo going through in the small screen, having a really solid race here in third. So there we go, Imogen Simmons, now 1:34 back from our leaders. So great work from Imo today. Another solid race. So while it's a shame that we can't see that pass being made by Spirig, we do know that they are running side by side right now. So Spirig has now caught Lucy Hall. They are running side by side. I don't think that's going to last for too long. And by the time we see Spirig return to complete her last lap, she will have taken the lead. Of course, Spirig part of the sub-7, sub-8 project next year. I'm definitely very keen to see how these guys are going to do. I have no, I have no doubt. I don't say anything's not possible for Spirig because so far, whenever we've said not possible, I would never have thought 5 Olympic Games were possible, but she proved us wrong there. So definitely never say never when it comes to Nicola Spirig. But further down our women's field, we now have India Lee has overtaken Stimson. So that I would say is just a little lacking in race fitness there. So right now, India Lee 5:13 back from our leaders and Stimson 5:25. So there's not much of a gap between the two women. But India Lee obviously having been able to race a lot more than Stimson so far this year. Just showing a little bit more race fitness. Also great to see so many of our age group athletes out on the run course right now. As our on-ground commentators, that's Juan and Fernandez right there front of screen. Not quite sure what Juan's trying to do. He's trying to G the crowds up, which is great to see. I haven't seen this side of Juan before. I quite like it. So not only is Juan the race director of Challenge Salou, he is also part of the Challenge Family core team. He does an incredible job. He is definitely the most enthusiastic person I've ever worked with. He absolutely adores the sport. I thought I was a bit of a triathlon nerd, but he's got it all over me. Loves the sport, puts his heart and soul into his job and into the sport as well. Absolutely fantastic person to work with. Really nice to see him on the other side of the fence right now. Normally he's stressing, and I know 2 weeks ago when they had to cancel the swim, it wasn't the greatest time for Juan, and so great to see him out there today having a lot of fun out on course with no pressure. He actually gets to enjoy it. So we just see Jodie Stimson heading out onto lap 3. So Jodie currently in 5th place out on course right now. Solid return for Jodes, who we know has been injured for a good chunk of this year. And we know Jodie is definitely planning on heading to Florida for Clash Daytona. So it will be great to see her line up for another race. She did so incredibly well in Miami earlier this year, so I have no doubt that she would be equally as good in Daytona. Also has a little bit more time to get herself back to race fitness. And it's always difficult getting that first race under your belt post-injury. Just so much of the unknown. You lack a little bit of confidence. You obviously lack that top-end speed that you can only truly get from racing. I don't think it'll be too long now before we see our leader and I believe our winner, Frederik Funk, is making his way back to complete lap 4, so he is on his way back. And he will be incredibly happy with how his race has gone today. Took the lead on the bike as expected, but obviously didn't go do anything too crazy, knowing that he would need to definitely have a very good run today to take that win. So great to see him doing exactly what he came here to do. But it's going to be close. So we know right now. Oh, I can't believe I said this. So while Funk is leading and I know he wants this win more than anything, I have been told that Colin Chartier, and he ran like this 2 weeks ago in Salou, is absolutely flying, and I believe it's only 30 seconds. I find that hard to believe. This is crazy. So if my spotters are doing the right job out there, which they've been doing it all day, I just got a report that while Funk is leading, 30 seconds back is Chartier, 45 seconds back is Ditlev. This is crazy. Oh, I tell you, each time I watch these races, although I think we can see Colin Chartier is just going to run out. Actually, look, we've got it right now. Here he is. Oh my gosh, that just gave me a heart attack. All right, here he is. Our winner for Challenge Peguera-Mallorca 2021 is indeed Frederik Funk of Germany. Wow, what a finish. We can see from the screen behind that Chartier is absolutely flying. He's just run out of real estate. Incredible race from Funk today. He timed it to perfection. You can see he is happy, and why wouldn't he be? You know, he's at 24 years of age. He's got his whole career ahead of him. To see him racing with such poise, with such experience already, this is why I still love this sport so much. It's amazing. Well done, Freddie. What a race. And here we go. Colin Chartier, incredible racing from him as well. He gave it absolutely everything on that run. Just came up short. But wow, what great racing from these two men here today. Funk at 24 years of age. Colin Chartier at 27 years of age. And again, Magnus Ditlev, I take my hat off to you. I thought you were done. I saw some footage of you during the run and you looked like you were done, but you came back with a vengeance. Third place for Magnus Ditlev today from Denmark. I think he is absolutely spent, but why wouldn't he be after a fantastic race last week where he finished first at the inaugural Challenge Budva in Montenegro, third here today in Mallorca. Again, another one of our young guns, 23 years of age. What an incredible podium. Great racing. Honestly, I've still got goosebumps. Just look at the difference in size with these athletes. You've got Magnus Ditlev, 23 years of age, just so tall, longest limbs I've ever seen. Then you've got Frederick Funk, who's reasonable height, he's just a little chunk. He's so muscly. And then you've got tiny little Colin Chartier, who's just a running genius. But incredible racing from these three men. Ditlev definitely looked like he had absolutely nothing left at the end there. Colin Chartier looks like he could do it all again. And looking at those times, 3:40, 5:48. And that is definitely a new record. In fact, I believe all three men, if I looked at the times correctly, all three men have gone under the existing record set by Peter Heinrich at 3:49. So that just shows you how fast these men went today and how they all pushed right to that finish line. And here he is, Nils Fromhold, coming home in 4th place. Solid racing from Nils. He's the oldest of the four at 35 years of age. But great to see Fromhold hold it in there, still 4th place. Can't be disappointed with that. It was a solid race from Nils. And backing it up, as you can see, congratulating each other there on the finish line, backing it up from last week. So that's 2 4th places within 6 days of each other. So he was 4th last Sunday in Budva and now 4th again. I think he's saying, oh, what's going on? And I do believe we saw 5th place then. And if I am correct, it should be Yuri Kulin, the young Dutch man who had an exceptional race coming in off the bike on 13th position. Yep, number 48. It is definitely a Yuri Kulin. So incredible racing. I'd love to see what his run split was. So into T2 in 13th place, running himself up into 5th place. Outstanding race from him today. So our top 5 professional men are now in. We see more of our professional men making their way towards the finish line. I'm sure Ditlev, center of screen right now, will be, while exhausted, very, very happy to take 3rd today. He knew it was going to be a big ask to back it up. Only 6 days out from his last race. That looks like Renato Coluzzi. Crossing the finish line right now. So well done to Ronaldo. And right behind him, Rudy Wild. So again, Rudy Wild, 3rd last week in Budva. Good to see him backing it up. Solid race from Rudy Wild today. go down with our winner from today, Frederick Funk.
Und auf dem Lauf, beim Laufen ging es auch einfach überraschend gut. Am Ende muss ich aber richtig fighten. Also ich musste wirklich nochmal alles aus mir rausholen, dass Colin dann nicht noch von hinten kommt. Aber es hat gereicht und ich bin so happy, dass es mit dem Sieg geklappt hat und kann es auch nicht ganz fassen.
Herzlichen Dank, Gratulation, un fortísimo aplauso, un super aplauso für den Gewinner, Cody Funk. Comentaba que después de la desilusión que él se llevó en la participación del 2019, donde lamentablemente tuvo un pequeño incidente en la bici, y después de lo que le pasó hace 2 semanas en Salou, donde iba liderando la prueba y que fue superado por el que hoy ha quedado en segunda posición, para él es un inmenso...
Here comes winner of this race in the women's race, Mallorca 24, Monsters.
So while we just heard from our winner, Frederick Funk, in, of course, the Deutsch, not in the English, like I thought we would. But I think Frederick Funk, a very happy winner, as we are back down to our finish line. And we know it's not going to be too long now before we see our first professional female winner. We know that Nicola Spirig is now in the lead. So she currently holds around a 50-second lead over Lucy Hall, as we can see Lucy Hall. So we're rejoining our women's race. So we can see Lucy Hall going through now. 1 lap left to go, or less than a lap left to go for our professional women. And while Spirig leads, we know that Imogen Simmons has been hanging tough back in 3rd and is not that far behind Lucy Hall. So Lucy Hall is starting to struggle just a little bit, having led this race from the very beginning. So while Lucy Hall is currently around 50 seconds back on Spirig, we know that Imogen Simmons is 128 back on our leader. And I believe if Simmons can get a sniff that Hall is struggling just a little bit, it's only going to push her even harder to try and catch her. But right now on course, Spirig leads. Hall is in second and Simmons in third. As you can see up on screen now, our leader, our winner from today, Frederick Funk, Colin Chartier in second, Ditlev in third, Fromhold fourth, Yuri Kulin in fifth, Manuel Messias in sixth. That was our young Olympian from Tokyo, so well done to Manuel from Brazil. Seventh was Matthias Pedersen, 8 Jonas Hoffman, 9 Lucas Cocar, and in 10th place, rounding out the top 10, Hinaldo Coluzzi. So fantastic racing from our professional men. As we see Patrick Nilsson also crossing the finish line. So less than a lap to go for our professional women. And while it's looking almost certain that Spirig will take the win here today, we still don't know the order of the podium behind. So right now, Lucy Hall holding second, but starting to falter ever so slightly, with Imogen Simmons looking to strike right behind, as we see Tom Davis now making his way towards the finish line. So great to see Davis. Solid effort from him today. Further back behind Imogen Simmons, we've got India Lee, just under 5 minutes behind our leader Spirig. And looking at our top 10 on screen now, it's just so great to see so many of our young up-and-coming athletes doing so well, finishing in that top 10, particularly the likes of Yuri Kulin, and also Manuel Messias, both very new to middle distance racing. So we started this morning at 9 a.m. the 1.9 single loop swim in the Mediterranean. Didn't take long before we had a lead group of 4 and then a lead group of 2 with Fromhold and Funk doing everything they needed to do to create a gap on the rest of the field. Of course, Colin Chartier had a very, very strong race throughout, always staying within striking distance. He managed to run down Fromhold and finish in second place, but it was Frederick Funk's day today. He had a sensational run. A run very similar to what I saw back in Walchsee when he was the winner there of the ETU Middle Distance Championships. But as you said a couple of days ago to our team, he was here to win and anything else was not going to be good enough. So he definitely did what he came for. But great to see Colin Chartier and, of course, Magnus Ditlev also on the podium. And there they are on screen right now. Down on the finish line, we've got Colin Chartier of the US on the right. And, of course, the unmistakable Magnus Ditlev, 23 years of age, one of the taller of the of triathletes that are normally triathletes aren't that tall. I know we've got the likes of Jan Frodeno, but it is not the norm. And Magnus Ditlev, I still remember him making his mark in Daytona and also in Miami on the bike. Not many people knew about him back then, but he certainly left a mark, and he hasn't gone incognito since. He is really shaping up to be the future of our sport. I think everyone has that problem when they're interviewing Magnus Ditlev. Very, very tall. I remember talking to him not long ago, and he said to me he didn't want to be, this was at the championship in the Chamorin, he didn't want to be renowned as just a bike rider. He wanted to be renowned as a triathlete, which means he needs to be solid across all three legs. Just to see the improvement in his run already within a year. He kept telling me that he can run. He said, I'm a good runner. I've just not been able to execute on race day. And finally, last week in Budva, he was able to do that. And then again today, solid race for third. There's no way he didn't go into this race with tired legs. So really great to see him take that final spot on the podium. And now, while most of our professional men have made their way through the 21.1 kilometre run and through that finish chute, the long red carpet, we now turn our attention to the professional women. We've had an outstanding race here today in both our men's and women's fields. It won't be too far away before we see Nicola Spirig making her way down the red carpet. Fantastic race that she's had here today, taking nothing away from Lucy Hall, who's led from the beginning. She led the swim, she led the bike. I have to admit, she shocked me on the bike. I did not expect her to come into T2 with such a big lead. And now Imogen Simmons looking very strong out there on the run. I'm going to try and bring you another update from out on course. We have a designated spotter out there today following the top 3 to 5 women. On last check, we knew that Spirig had a sizable lead. Lucy Hall was still in second, but we know that she was starting to falter ever so slightly. So we're just waiting to see if Imogen Simmons has been able to bridge across to Lucy Hall, or whether Lucy Hall's been able to find that second wind. And hold off Imo for second spot. We've still got India Lee holding fourth and Jodie Stimpson in fifth. So, and that update has just come in. Spirig has a gap of about 1 minute over Lucy Hall, but reports are telling me that Hall is still struggling, and Imogen Simmons is now only 30 metres behind. So this race is certainly not over yet. So Imogen Simmons on the hunt right now, and only being 30 seconds behind, she'll see Lucy. She'll know exactly where she is, what she needs to do. And as I said earlier, Imogen Simmons is a fighter. She's incredibly competitive, as everyone, of course, is out there today. But Imogen's just got that little bit of extra fire. And in situations like we're encountering right now, that's when it really will help. So while we wait for our professional women to complete the last few kilometres, we've got the medal presentation for our top 3 professional men. Frederick Funk of Germany in first. In second place, we've got Colin Chartier of the US, looking rather stiff as he stepped off the podium. And Magnus Ditlev in third. Of course, Magnus Ditlev from Denmark. Wonderful racing from those 3 men today. So, of course, Frederick Funk taking the win here today will get 250 points towards the world bonus. He's currently in equal 6th with Nils Fromhold. So this is definitely going to move him up in the rankings. In fact, it's going to take him all the way up to second position. So right now, Patrick Langer leading with 1,325 points. In second is Pablo de Pina. And Frederick Funk is currently in 6th place with 800 points. Add an extra 250 to that tally. And he now leapfrogs Pablo de Pina with 1,050 points. So great news for Frederick Funk. He is now up into second place in our world bonus. And that's a cool 20,000 US dollars he will take home if he can hold on to second place. We still have one more race left this season where you can earn valuable points towards the world bonus, and that's Clash Daytona in early December. I'll be heading over for that race again. Absolutely love going over to Daytona. Went over for the first time in 2019. Was there last year for the PTO Championships, which was definitely by far one of the most amazing events I've ever watched. And now, of course, going over for a third time in December to do the live commentary. We've got an incredible field assembled for that race. So the perfect race to round off the year, to finish the year, and last chance for these athletes to earn valuable points towards the world bonus and also towards the PTO ranking. So while on screen we've got Jonah Daklar, we do know that out on course with our women's race, Imogen Simmons has now managed to catch and pass Lucy Hall. So we now have Imogen Simmons of Switzerland in second place and Lucy Hall from Great Britain in third place. So I really hope that we can switch back to the women's race fairly soon, because we do know that it's only a matter of time before Nicola Spirig makes her way down the red carpet and across that finish line. So great racing from Imogen Simmons today. What a solid race she's had. She's just such a consistent athlete. Well, we know Spirig is definitely going to win here today. Simmons is now 1 minute 24 behind Spirig, with Hall behind her. Considering that Lucy Hall has now raced 3 weekends in a row. Third in Challenge Salo, first last weekend in Budva, and now looking likely to finish in third here today. I think we are just about to see our lead female, Nicola Spirig. I can see the lead bike, and there we go. I can see Nicola Spirig. So about to make her way down the red carpet and into the finish chute. Unbelievable racing from Spirig here today. Definitely nothing that I did not expect as she cheers the crowd, appreciates the crowd. In she goes across the red carpet and straight to the finish line. Incredible race from Nicola Spirig. Yet another win to her already unbelievably impressive resume. So your champion 2021 Challenge Peguera-Mallorca, Nicola Spirig from Switzerland. Of course, mother of 3. Has a fantastic husband, Rito Hug, also an incredible athlete in his day. But there is nothing that this woman can do. She was definitely picked to take the win on paper. She was definitely my pick for the win. But I loved the fact that Lucy Hall made her work for it every inch of the way, as Imogen Simmons of Switzerland. So the 2 Swiss females, first and second, across the finish line. I have no doubt that Emma will be very, very happy with her performance today. Solid race from Imogen. I always say if Imogen is within hunting distance of you and you falter, she will get you. Incredible athlete and a great race from Imogen Simmons. And now we wait for Lucy Hall, who we know will come across the line in third. And here she is now. Again, what a gutsy performance from this young woman. Third race in as many weeks. Took the win last weekend. Looked like she might pull it off today. She really did, having led the swim and the bike. I think just that last part of the half marathon, the legs just started to say, you know what, we've done this the last 2 weekends in a row. I'm not sure we can do it again. But honestly, she cannot be disappointed with another podium. 2/3 and a first in the last 3 weeks. You can see that she's very, very wobbly on her feet, and why wouldn't she be? Fantastic racing from these 3 women today. Both Nicola Spirig and Lucy Hall, both Olympians. There's Imogen Simmons with our CEO, Jort Flam, in the background. Great to see Jort down on ground, congratulating our women. Well, again, this is going to be very interesting with our world bonus points. Lucy Hall currently in third on 1,100 points. Lucy makes 150 points today. Nicola Spirig, 770 points, makes 250 points today. I'm pretty sure Lucy Hall is definitely heading to Daytona. And I have a feeling Imogen Simmons is as well. So our top 3 women here today in Challenge Peguera-Mallorca. Nicola Spirig from Switzerland in first. In second, we have Imogen Simmons, also of Switzerland. And then in third place, led for most of the day, led for the swim, led for the bike, just didn't quite have the legs that she needed on the run. Lucy Hall from Great Britain. And we are just waiting now for our 4th place female. We know it is India Lee. It's only a matter of time before we see her make her way around the red carpet. And, speak of the devil, here she is now. So India Lee making her way down the red carpet and across the finish line. Solid, solid race from India today. She is such a strong, strong athlete. She would have loved this bike course. It's right up her alley. She raced so very, very well last week in Lanzarote, finishing in third. And now a 4th here today for India Lee. I'm sure she'll be very, very happy with her race. Always difficult to know how you're going to back up. And it's something that's we've had to do with COVID because we've just not known when the next race is going to be. And you've seen more and more athletes racing back to back, or in Lucy Hall's situation, back to back to back. And it's just showing these athletes what's possible, what they are able to put their bodies through. Now, I haven't been given an update on course who is actually currently in 5th. I'm hoping it is still Jodie Stimson. We're not 100% sure. We know that this is the first race for Stimson since Challenge Miami back in March. We're now obviously in October. Unfortunately for Jodie, not too far after Miami, she did come down with a bit of an injury. And we knew that it would be the latter half of the run where she would probably run out of a little bit of much needed race fitness. And we do know out on course that we have a couple of young guns from the short course background. And we've seen from our men's results that they came through in flying colours on the run. And we believe that this might also, be the case, as we can see Baptista coming through now, another of our Olympians. So that was Luisa Baptista from Brazil. Was in Tokyo earlier this year. Great racing from Luisa. Will be very interesting to see what her run split was as well, but I can tell you now it was definitely one of the faster splits of the day. So that's our top 5 females in so far. And now our next female, so 6th female, that looked like, correct me if I'm wrong, that looked like Marta Bernardi from Italy. Yes, indeed it is. So what a great race from Marta Bernardi, another very, very solid athlete. So great racing from Marta Bernardi today. She was 3rd in Walchsee and also 3rd in Challenge Riccione. So 6th place here today in Peguera-Mallorca. As we head to our medal presentation of our top 3 professional women here today. In 3rd place, we have Lucy Hall from Great Britain. Heading up onto the dais now, we have Imogen Simmons of Switzerland. And our winner here today, Challenge Peguera-Mallorca 2021, no other than Nicola Spirig. And of course, a huge round of applause. She is so loved in our sport. Yet another win. So far this year alone, she was the winner at Challenge Gran Canaria, winner at Challenge Walchsee, so taking out the ETU Middle Distance Championship, the winner at Challenge Davos, and now the winner of Challenge Peguera-Mallorca. Fantastic racing from these 3 women as they join Spirig on the top step of the podium. Big smiles all around. And I could only imagine how Lucy Hall's legs are feeling right now after 3 weeks of racing in a row. They must be absolutely screaming at her. I really hope she gives herself a little bit of time off. And a couple of massages, I think, are going to be in order for Hall over the next couple of weeks. But I have to say, fantastic racing from some of our young guns today. Our winner, Frederick Funk, at 24 years of age. Magnus Ditlev coming in third, 23 years of age. Also, Manuel Messias from Brazil, one of our Olympians from Tokyo. Then Luisa Baptista coming home in 4th place. Fantastic race from herself. She was also in Tokyo earlier this year. I do believe that this is the first middle distance race for both of these athletes. We now have some of our age group athletes making their way across the finish line. So our top age group athletes, of course, all of our top 6 in each of the age group categories, both male and female, automatically qualify for the championship in Shama in Slovakia next year, as do our top 6 professional men and top 6 professional women. I was lucky enough to be there this year. Great event in a fantastic venue. So while we've seen the medal presentation for our top 3 women, Nicola Spirig in first, Imogen Simmons in second, and Lucy Hall in third. India Lee coming home in 4th. Outstanding race from Luisa Baptista in 5th. Marta Bernardi of Italy in 6th. 7th, Alexandra Tondeur of Belgium. So another solid race from Alexandra Tondeur after her 5th place in Salou 2 weeks ago. In 8th, Lena Berliner of Germany in 8th, and then Manon Genet coming home in 9th place. So they are our professional female finishers so far, our top 9 across the finish line. Huge shout out to our winners today, Nicola Spirig of Switzerland and Frederick Funk of Germany. And while this marks the end of our Challenge family events for Europe 2021, we still have one race left. While it's not a Challenge family race, Clash Daytona, it still earns you valuable points towards the world bonus and also towards the championship. So I'd like to thank you for bearing with me when we had a few issues earlier on with the start and then, of course, with the motos and the video footage. Thank you. It's always a little bit testing, and those of you that know me, you know that I'm not the most patient person in the world. So I think if I can pull through it, then you can too. But thank you for joining me again for the 2021 edition of Challenge Peguera-Mallorca. I'd like to take this opportunity to say goodbye, and I look forward to seeing you all when we start again fresh next year, 2022. Until then, take care and goodbye.